Chapter 589. Why? Diacasis said anxiously, My lord, if we don't conduct a surprise inspection and give Pyphogres enough time to prepare, it will be very difficult to catch him. Why? Because he is Laodician's son, and his brother-in-law is Antonio's. You have been in Naxos for a few years, and you know how influential Laodician is here. You are only guessing, and you have no proof. If the search fails, the reputation of Laodician and his son will be greatly damaged. Do you know how much damage it will do to the reputation of Laodician and his son? When that happens, you and I will have to face Laodician's wrath and revenge. Strompali said solemnly, I am a veteran senator, and I will be leaving Naxos soon, so Laodician will not dare to do anything to me. However, you and Galadmos will be staying here for another 2 to 3 years. Due to the rapid expansion of the Kingdom of Dionia, the frequent change of government officials is not conducive to the stability of the region. Therefore, the Senate has passed a bill to amend the law. The term of office of the city governor is 3 years, and the term of office of the lower-level officials is 5 years. Last year, Galadmos was suppressed and ostracized because of the tax issue. You know that. If you anger Laodician this time, it will be very difficult for you to live here in the future. As an elder, I would rather that you don't care about this case. I don't want you to get hurt. Strompali's words were sincere, but Diacasis did not appreciate it. He shouted, This is the land of the Kingdom of Dionia, and His Majesty the Devers has the final say. How can we allow Laodician to do as he pleases? I don't believe that he dares to do anything to me. You really want to investigate? Yes, my lord. I must investigate this matter. It doesn't matter if it has anything to do with the Laodician family. Diacasis said firmly. Strompali looked to the other side and said, Galadmos, what do you think? My lord, I support Diacasis. Galadmos paused for a moment and said, I will also do my best to help him. After all, I am very familiar with the village. It's good to be young. Strompali looked at the two of them and sighed. Sir, when you were a senior judge, you were famous for being strict and not caring about personal feelings. I didn't expect that now. Diacasis used his words to mock him. When it comes to being strict, I'm not as strict as Scombras. Unfortunately, he has gone to the Elysee. Strompali said with a sigh, Sicily is different from Greece. There aren't many free Dionia citizens here. Most of them are exiles from Sicily. They are too easy to group up with. After the Southern Italian War, His Majesty put most of his energy into governing and unifying the land of southern Italy. In order to ensure the stability of Sicily, the Senate absorbed many Sicilian exiled leaders. Strompali swirled the wine glass in his hand, and his eyes glowed with a faint light. Unless His Majesty has made up his mind, he won't be able to reorganize Sicily's territory. I don't want to stop you from investigating this matter, but I hope that you will act secretly and collect conclusive evidence. Don't let Laodician's people have anything on you so that I can report this matter directly to His Majesty. Diacasis' eyes lit up. I understand, my lord. Even if this matter fails, it doesn't matter. Strompali encouraged the two of them. You are citizens from Amyndolara and have the founder of Amyndolara Silver Buckle. You have the support of Amyndolara and many elders in the military. No one dares to provoke you because most of the mercenaries under the Devers married Amyndolar women. These elders in the military have a deep relationship with the original citizens of Amyndolara. Don't worry, I will definitely find out the truth. Diacasis said confidently, My lord, are you going to retire soon? Galadmos finally had a chance to ask. Yes, it will be 3 years in September. With my age, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to hold a post in the future. Stroking his white beard, Strompali sighed and said, According to the information I've received, my successor is likely to be His Excellency Assists or His Excellency Lesperatus. According to the law a few years ago, isn't it stated that an elder cannot be the governor of the city where he was born, Galadmos asked doubtfully. You remember wrong. Lord Lisi Paredes is a Cadenai, but the Sicilians have always liked to hang out with each other. Besides, Assist's uncle is Antonio's. No matter who becomes the governor of Naxos, they will take care of the Laodigian family. That's why I didn't want you to make a big deal out of this matter just now, lest it will be detrimental to your future development. Strompoli reminded. Galadmos and Diacasis looked at each other. All right, let's not talk about this matter anymore. This evening, which I had planned as a farewell party for myself and for you, was almost spoiled by you, Diacasis. Strompoli raised the glass in his hand and said loudly, Children, come, let's drink to tonight's party. That night, in order to thank Strompoli for taking care of them for the past few years, the Diacasis family and Galadmos frequently toasted each other. In the end, they returned home drunk. At noon the next day, a hungover Diacasis rushed to the city hall, only to receive the news that the freedman had cancelled the report and explained that he and his wife were busy working and had forgotten that his daughter had been taken to Katnai by relatives yesterday afternoon. At dusk, the number of customers in Kristoya's restaurant in Naxos gradually increased. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked in and went straight to the waiter at the counter. I have an appointment with Diacasis. May I ask? Please follow me. The waiter took him to the second floor and pushed open the door to a room. Diacasis was sitting alone in it. As soon as he saw the man, Diacasis said with dissatisfaction, Captain Silices, how are you going to manage your soldiers if you're so late? Silices was too lazy to argue with him, so he sat down directly opposite him and asked, Why did you invite me to dinner? Diacasis did not answer immediately. He turned to look at the waiter and said, Hurry up and serve all the dishes I ordered. I'm starving. Silices, what do you want to drink? Beer, of course. 2 more cans of beer. Close the door when you go out. Okay. Your wine and dishes will be delivered right away. The waiter went out and closed the door. Silices looked at Diacasis and asked again, What's the matter that made you call me in such a hurry? Diacasis put his right elbow on the table and asked in a deep voice, Lord Protector, don't you know what happened in Prospero in the past 2 days? Silices was the protector elected by the citizens of Prospero. According to the law of Dionia, the protector was elected once every 2 years. 1 protector would be elected from each Depayer district. A city could only have 10 protectors at most. Therefore, in large cities like Turin and Crotone, the number of Depayers was far more than 10. There were even as many as 20 to 30 Depayers. 20 citizens would be randomly selected from each Depayer district. After the first round of voting, 10 protectors would be elected. Naxos was not a large city, and it had only been established for less than 10 years. There were only 7 Depayer districts. 10 years ago, Silices was an exiled soldier. He fought alongside the First Legion and earned military merits in the battle to repel the allied forces of Syracuse. Later, after the Catania plains belonged to the Kingdom of Dionia, the Devers ordered the Ministry of Military Affairs to establish the 8th Legion in Sicily. Silices, who had combat experience and military merits, naturally became a low-ranking officer in the 8th Legion. After 10 years, he had already become a captain, but he never had the intention to develop his career in local politics. In the past few years, he had directly applied to run for the protector election, completely cutting off his future in politics. It was precisely because of his prestige in Prospero and his excellent qualifications for the election, the hero of Naxos's recovery, the scar on his face, the captain of the 8th Legion, paid his taxes on time and had no record of breaking any laws, that he was elected as the protector of Prospero twice in a row. At this moment, he carefully thought about it. Diacasis was the city's patrol officer, and his job was to maintain public order and arrest criminals. The reason he came looking for him in such a hurry was most likely because of this. After all, the 2 of them had worked together many times in the past because of breaking the law in the city. And what happened in Prospero in the past 2 days, he asked with uncertainty. Are you referring to the matter of the freedman losing his daughter? It seems that you are quite competent as a protector, Diacasis teased. I heard that the freedman has found his daughter, Silissus added. Diacasis knocked his fist on the dining table and said in a deep voice, Bullshit! He said that his daughter went to Katani with her uncle, but I have asked his neighbors carefully. None of them saw any guests enter his house, and none of them saw his daughter go to the port. On the contrary, I went to Christos Bank and found out that he had deposited 1,000 silver drachmas this morning. Chapter 590. You mean he's lying? Silissus blinked his eyes. Without a doubt. But I did not send anyone to Katani's address, as the freedman had said, to investigate further. According to the law, he has already cancelled the report, so there is no need for the patrol to continue the investigation. And I don't want to alarm some people. Diacasis whispered with a mysterious look. To be able to take out so much money to make a father forget his daughter's disappearance. Silissus, don't tell me you can't guess who is behind this. Pyphogres, Silissus blurted out. Diacasis pointed at Silissus and said excitedly, I also think it's this guy who you have repeatedly reported to us that he abused female slaves. At this time the door was pushed open, and the waiter walked in with a plate of dishes. The two immediately stopped talking. Silissus, try this before you drink. Diacasis couldn't wait to grab a palm-sized oyster with one hand. Regardless of how hot it was, he carefully inserted the white flesh in the shell with the iron fork, put it into his mouth, and chewed carefully. Then he drank the remaining soup in the shell in one gulp and picked up another. This thing is soft. I'm not used to eating it. Silissus said, grabbed a roasted leg of lamb, and took a big bite. You don't understand this. Do you know who invented this steamed oyster dish? I'm not interested to know. After eating a few in a row, Diacasis showed a satisfied expression and said mysteriously, It's His Majesty! Really? Silissus was surprised. Why would I lie to you? 7 years ago, when His Majesty divers went down to inspect the military port that was being built in the port of Tarentum, he saw that the reef beach was full of these things, and the laborers were still pounding them, mixing them with sand and volcanic ash, preparing to pour them into boulders to facilitate the construction of the port. His Majesty stopped them at once, saying that they were wasting good food, and ordered the guards to collect the oysters. That night he invited the admirals to a dinner of oysters, and told them that eating oysters could improve a man's sexual ability. Since then, Kristoya's restaurant has a new dish, steamed oysters. The oyster meat is covered with all kinds of sauces and cooked in boiling water. It tastes wonderful. The intoxicated look on Diacasis's face shocked Silissus. So it was His Majesty who said that eating oysters can improve a man's ability. I thought it was something the restaurant made up to sell this kind of thing. Otherwise, how could His Majesty easily deal with 2 beautiful princesses and have so many children? Besides, without this thing, I wouldn't dare to go to the brothel frequently. Diacasis joked. Diacasis didn't dare to continue the conversation. He turned his head to look at the closed door and said with a straight face, Stop joking around and get down to business. Do you want me to help you look into Paphicles? Not to help me, but to help yourself. Diacasis pointed at him and smiled. Don't you want to go to Turiae at the end of the year? Silissus's eyes widened when he heard this. Go to Turiae was not for sightseeing, but to participate in the annual Assembly of the Protectors of the Kingdom of Dionia at the end of the year. However, not every city's protectors could participate. There was a quota. For a city like Naxos, there were 3 protectors, and only the protectors with outstanding performance could be elected. The main responsibility of the protectors was to reflect the suffering of the people, protect the interests of the people, and expose violations of the law and corruption. Because of the hindrance of the Laodicean family in the main area that Silissus was in charge of, most of the problems he reported to the higher-ups were not solved well. This affected the people's impression of him, and naturally he was not one of the 3 protectors elected by the people of Naxos every year. According to the law, the protectors were mainly responsible for the demos where they were located. Of course, they could also participate in the affairs of other demos when the protectors of the other demos were not doing anything or needed help. This time, if Seleucus could use this matter to catch Paphocles by the tail, intimidate the Laodicean family, and redress the grievances of the free people, he would definitely be able to attract the attention of the people of Naxos. Thinking of this, Seleucus's eyes became a little hotter. He leaned forward and said, "Even an inspector like you has given up on this case. As a protector, what can I do other than cry out for justice and incite the people? I don't have the right to forcibly search the houses of the people. Seleucus, as the protector of the Prospero, the people there have a close relationship with you, so you can get some information that I can't. If you are familiar with the environment there, you will be able to avoid the attention of the Laodicean family and achieve your goal." Diacasis spoke with fervor and assurance. He then lowered his voice and said with a serious expression, "Let me tell you an important piece of news. Yesterday afternoon, a good friend of mine was in the Laodicean family's field when he saw 2 Laodicean families, slaves appearing from behind the hill in their field. When they saw my friend, they panicked and turned around to escape. This situation is very suspicious. I'm afraid it has something to do with the missing girl. Could it be that they imprisoned the girl somewhere in the hill or killed her?" Seleucus clenched the leg bone in his hand. "Do you remember that I once reported to you that Paphocles abused and may have even killed the female slaves?" Diacasis nodded. "Now you have the chance to confirm this rumor. Is that friend of yours Galadmos?" Seleucus asked cautiously. Seeing the slight surprise on Diacasis' face, he said, "Because I know that he was the only one who went to the Laodicean family's village to inspect the field yesterday afternoon. Since he said it, I can rest assured." Seleucus said resolutely, "I'll take care of this matter." "Great, let's have a toast. I wish you all the best." Diacasis raised the wine jar. For the next 7 days, Prospero was as calm as usual. The farmers carefully looked after the wheat fields that were about to ripen, waiting for the arrival of the harvest. The city of Naxos, on the other hand, was much more lively. Strompoli attended the farewell banquets, held by his colleagues and businessmen every day. The people in the city cheered for the eventual champion of the rugby tournament of Naxos and sincerely wished the team an excellent result in the finals of the Kingdom of Dionia after the ceremony of Hades on the 9th of September. On the evening of the 8th day, 3 people were trudging through the mountains to the west of Megero. The man in the middle was Seleucus. He was carrying a pickaxe on his shoulder. The slender man in front of him kept observing his surroundings. At the same time, he used the long stick in his hand to push away the weeds and branches that were almost covering the mountain path. "Ugh, Aphitus, we've been walking for so long. Why haven't we found it yet? Did you forget the place?" The man in the back could not help but complain. "Provence, let me tell you, my memory is very good. I can still clearly remember what happened 10 years ago, let alone what happened just a year ago. Besides, the situation that day was so special. How could I possibly forget it?" Aphitus retorted, "That's right, I have a very good memory. But what if you're looking at the wrong place?" "Look, the trees are so dense that they make me dizzy," said Provence, unconvinced. "I'm the best archer in the light infantry brigade of the 8th Legion. My eyesight is very good. I can see your face clearly from a mile away." Aphitus said confidently. Provence snorted. He was about to say something when Seleucus, who was in the middle, asked, "Aphitus, how far are we from the place you mentioned?" "We're almost there, Captain." Aphitus pointed ahead with his stick. "After going around this ridge, we'll reach the mountain behind the Laodicean family's field." Seleucus looked ahead. The dense trees blocked his vision, and he could not see the path ahead at all. The rays of the setting sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, making the surroundings seem a little gloomy. He asked worriedly, "By the time we get there, will the sun have already set? No, it won't get dark until after 9 o'clock in this season. We can definitely make it in time, Aphytus said confidently. After going over the ridge, Aphytus gestured for the two to lower their bodies. Standing at the top of the mountain, their vision immediately became extremely wide, and they could see the entire forest in front of them. Aphytus pointed to the front and said in a low voice, "A year ago I came to the mountains to hunt. It was here that I saw Pyphogres and his slaves burying something in the valley opposite us. Why didn't you dig it up then?" Provence could not help but ask. "That's Pyphogres we're talking about. His father is an elder of the kingdom's senate, and his brother-in-law is also an elder of the senate. He was even the conqueror of Catania. I'm not going to get involved in this kind of trouble. If it weren't for you, Captain, asking me so many times, I wouldn't have come today." Aphytus' eyes were somewhat fearful. Celesus patted his shoulder to show encouragement. Aphytus observed for a while more and said, "There's no one on the mountain in front. Let's go down. We've been observing for a few days. We came here because we confirmed that there were no more Laodicean slaves in the mountains opposite us." Provence retorted, "When we go down later, try not to talk too much," Celesus reminded. The three of them walked down the narrow mountain path and finally arrived at the kernel. It's right in front. Aphytus said a little excitedly. He walked forward with some difficulty with the weeds that were almost as tall as a person. The trees in this area were even more luxuriant, so the light was even dimmer. One could hear the faint sound of flowing water. Upon closer inspection, one could see a tiny stream flowing into this mountain valley under the cover of rocks, withered leaves, and withered grass. In the black-red stream, there were densely packed red worms dancing nonstop. It was a creepy sight, and it also made one understand why the plants in this area grew so fast. The land was too fertile. The three of them stepped on the soft soil, taking deep and shallow steps as they walked forward strenuously. "Ah!" Provence cried out in surprise. "What's wrong?" Celesus quickly turned around and asked. Something climbed up my foot." Provence's whole body was trembling. Chapter 591. Celsius kicked it away and warned, "Provalos, shut up! Do you want to summon all the slaves from the Laodicean family?" In order to avoid the enemy's attention, they had taken a huge detour and climbed over several mountains before coming here from the side. As soon as Celsius finished speaking, "Caw, caw, caw," a mournful cry resounded through the mountains, startling Celesus. A flock of crows perched on a tree branch. Provalos looked at Celsius' sorry state and wanted to laugh. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. "Damn crows!" Celesus couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "That's the messenger of Hades. He's here to help us." Aphytus, who was in front, turned around and bowed to the crows. He then said to Celsius with a straight face, "If Pyphogres has been burying something here recently, it's probably here. Here." Provalos looked at the place where Aphytus was standing in doubt. The trees and weeds there did not seem to be any different from other places. Although Celsius was tall, he could see that the weeds where Aphytus was standing were much shorter than the ones around it. It was as if the entire area was sunken. "Dig!" Celsius's eyes were filled with mechanical eagerness. He had been asking around through various channels, but none of the information he got was about the missing girl in Pyphogres' mansion. On the contrary, there was a small amount of information that confirmed that Pyphogres' slaves had wandered the forest many times. The most accurate information came from the famous hunter of Prospero, Aphytus. That was why he had come to him many times to ask for help. The land in front of him was his last hope. He raised his pick high and smashed it down. Provalos took a deep breath and began to dig as well. Although this forest belonged to the kingdom of Dionia and was not given to any individual, Laodicean's farmland was on the mountainside. Due to his family's power, there had been several conflicts. Over time, the people of Prospero who wanted to hunt or collect wood in the mountains would try to avoid this area. If it weren't for Celis's kindness, he wouldn't have risked coming here. It was very quiet in the valley. Even the crows had stopped cawing. Only the sound of breathing and the sound of pickaxes hitting the ground could be heard. The soil here was wet and soft, so they quickly dug a small hole. Wait! Aphytus, who was standing on the lookout, suddenly shouted and stopped the two from swinging their pickaxes. He crouched down and reached out to pull up a small branch that was sticking out of the water at the bottom of the pit, but he could not pull it up. Then he stretched out his hand to wipe off the black mud on the branch. The eyes of the other two widened. It was a swollen and rotten finger. Aphytus, do you know where Inspector Diacasis and his men are hiding? I know, just now when we came. Bring them here right now. Got it. When Diacasis arrived, the sky was already dark, but he was very excited. As soon as he saw Celisus, he said excitedly, Celisus, you finally brought me good news. Celisus was covered in sweat. He stood next to the pit with his pickaxe, looking a little tired. He said in a very heavy tone, We found a decomposing female corpse. It's probably the missing girl. We also found 2 skeletons. I wonder if there are more in this land? Diacasis was shocked. He looked at the dark pit in front of him and said angrily, Damn Pyphogres, he should go to hell and receive endless torture. He suddenly turned around and shouted, Brothers, light the torches and continue to dig this land. Yes, my lord. Many of the inspectors responded. This will alarm Pyphogres, Celisus said anxiously. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Pyphogres still dares to stop me. Isn't he afraid of adding a few more crimes to his name? Diacasis waved his hand smugly. Dig! The next day, an explosive news quickly spread throughout the city. 6 corpses were dug up in the mountains to the west of Naxos. According to the investigation of the inspector, all 6 corpses were female, and they were strangled to death. The news shocked the people of Naxos. Since the establishment of Dionia, there had never been such a terrible murder case. Who was the crazy murderer? While the people were panicking, Diacasis had already surrounded Laodician's mansion with the patrol team. Although Andreas, the butler, tried to argue that the skeletons behind the mountain had nothing to do with his family and loudly protested against the patrol team's illegal act of trespassing on his private property. A slave soon admitted under pressure that 5 young female slaves who served Pyphogres had disappeared unknowingly in the past few years. There was also a slave who said that a corpse with a missing little finger on its left hand might be one of the female slaves. The wife of the freedman also recognized that the rotting corpse was wearing the clothes that her daughter was wearing when she disappeared. Just as Diacasis was about to arrest Pyphogres, a male slave took the initiative to stand up and admit that he killed all these people, and he was willing to be executed. Diacasis was shocked, but he still used the reason that Pyphogres is a major suspect and brought him back to the patrol office next to the city hall with the murderer. Strompoli summoned the young city patrol officer to the city hall. As soon as they met, he asked, Diacasis, is there any progress on the case? Pyphogres has always denied that he killed them. He only said that he did not discipline the slaves well and was willing to be punished. The slave who confessed to the murder was identified by other slaves as one of Pyphogres's 2 trusted slaves. The other one had already committed suicide on the night we found the corpse. I'm guessing that the 2 of them have been burying the corpses all this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told us the location of each corpse so clearly. But no matter how we torture them, he always says that he killed them. Diacasis said in a dejected tone. These days, there have been parliament members coming to plead on Pyphogres's behalf, and I can't handle it anymore. If you can't find conclusive evidence that he killed them, I'm afraid. Strompoli stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, What's the punishment for allowing slaves to kill people? According to the judge, severe cases can be sentenced to 10 years in prison and a large fine. But those who died were all slaves, and only one was a registered freedman's daughter. None of them were citizens, so even if he really killed them, it is very likely that he will not be sentenced to death. Judge Eldris also urged me to hand over the slave and Pyphogres to the court as soon as possible, so that the trial can be closed as soon as possible to prevent the matter from getting worse and causing panic in the city. I think he took advantage of that family. Diacasis said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. The court is independent. I can't influence them and I can't interfere. Maybe Judge Eldris thinks that the death of a few slaves is nothing." Strompoli comforted him, but there was still some worry on his face. "But this way, Pyphogres will be fine, and Laodigian will not be implicated. He will not be punished by the Senate, and you will have completely offended him. I'm not afraid of them at all," Diacasis said stubbornly. Strompoli sighed and said, "With us supporting you, of course you don't have to be afraid. But it will still be troublesome. It seems that I will have to write to His Majesty again. Why do you need to write to His Majesty?" Diacasis asked doubtfully. "Because His Majesty hates it when citizens mistreat slaves. A few years ago, a member of the Crotone local parliament severely injured his own slave for no reason, and the local judge fined him. After His Majesty Devers found out, he asked the court to impose a new punishment. Not only did he pay a large fine, but he was also sentenced to a year in prison. This time, if he knew that so many female slaves were killed, you can imagine how angry he would be. Will Pyphogres still be alive?" Strompoli sneered. Diacasis nodded in realization. At this time, Strompoli suddenly slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered something. "Right, immediately go to the priest of the Temple of Hades and see if they can make that slave tell the truth." For the Greek city-states of this era, there were three most common ways to punish criminals. The lightest punishment was a fine. The more severe punishment was physical punishment, such as accountability, whipping, and other punishments. The more severe city-states, such as Rockley, had cruel methods, such as chopping off hands and gouging out eyes. The more severe punishment was execution. Of course, the most common method was to deprive the criminal of his citizenship and deport him. However, not a single Greek city-state had imprisonment and sentence. This was because not only did the criminal not have to work, but the city-state had to provide food for the criminal. This was unacceptable for a city-state with a small population and little money. Therefore, these Greek city-states did not have fixed public facilities, such as prisons. However, the kingdom of Dionia was different from the other Greek city-states. In the laws of Dionia, there was no punishment for mutilation of limbs. Instead, there were provisions to sentence the criminal to imprisonment according to the seriousness of the crime. Therefore, every city in the kingdom had a prison, and most of them were in the inspection office. At this moment, the priest of the Temple of Hades, Colientus of Naxos, entered the inspection office under the respectful welcome of Diacasis. Chapter 592. At that time, the people of Naxos were still unfamiliar with the Temple of Hades, and Colientus was responsible for spreading his teachings. After 7 years, the people of Naxos had completely accepted Hades, the benevolent king of Hades. The number of people worshipping him every day far exceeded the number of people worshipping Demeter. This showed Colientus' ability and the hard work he had put in over the years. The prison was dark, damp, and smelled terrible. Colientus had been here many times and was already used to it. He ignored the cries of the other prisoners in the cages on both sides and walked through the middle to a cage. The jailer opened the lock and pushed the iron door open. Colientus walked into the cage, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Colientus frowned and hurried a few steps forward. With the dim light from the narrow window, he saw a naked man lying in a pile of withered grass in the corner. The blood oozing from the dense scars had dried up outside his body, turning him into a bloody man from top to bottom. He lay there motionless, and only a faint breathing sound could be heard. Colientus turned his head to look at Diacasis behind him and said with a reproachful tone, "Why did you hit him so hard?" Facing the reproachful gaze of the priest, Diacasis felt a little ashamed. He stammered, He refused to tell the truth. You guys can leave. You don't have to stay here. Coliantus said in a deep voice. It's too dangerous here, esteemed priest, a jailer reminded. Don't worry, with the protection of Hades, he won't hurt me. Coliantus said firmly. Diacasis and his men had no choice but to leave. Boil a few pots of boiling water for me. Coliantus made another request. After they left, Coliantus and the 2 priests who came with him carefully carried the slave to the simple bed next to him. Coliantus had been to the prison many times and had a lot of experience. He asked his men to bring 2 medical boxes. One was filled with medicine for external injuries, and the other was filled with clean linen. After the boiling water was delivered, he and his men first dipped the linen in the water and began to wipe the blood off the slave's body. At the wound, they would gently peel off the blood that was mixed with soil and straw, and slowly remove the green pus from the wound back then. Helps had been instructed by the Devers to send doctors to train the priests of the Temple of Hades in basic medical skills. Coliantus was one of the most hardworking ones. Coupled with years of practice, his ability to treat external injuries was no less than that of an ordinary Dionia doctor. However, the pain of cleaning the wound still woke the slave up from his coma. In a trance, he saw the person squatting in front of him wearing a white robe and a simple black letter, A, drawn on the chest. He subconsciously struggled to sit up. Don't move first. Let me finish applying the medicine and bandaging you. The slave shuddered slightly. The kind voice was so familiar. It was very similar to the voice he heard during the Naxos Hades celebration every year on the 9th of September. Merciful priest Coliantus. He shouted in a hoarse voice with uncertainty. It's me. This answer was like a beam of warm sunlight shining into the slave's deathly still heart, making his eyes instantly wet. He struggled to prop up his head and stared blankly at the old man who was incomparably sacred in his heart, pouring cool and comfortable medicine for his wounds. Then he used clean strips of cloth to paste and bind the wounds one by one. His white robe was stained by dust and bloodstains, and his wrinkled face was full of sweat. However, this old man did not care at all. His expression was so focused. Coliantus finally finished his work. He reached out to wipe the sweat on his forehead and asked, "What's your name?" There was no response. He looked up and saw that the slave's face was already full of tears. The slave looked straight at him, but he bit his lips and did not make a sound. Coliantus was a little relieved. It seemed that it could be done. So his expression became serious and said, "Now you know how to cry, but you have brutally killed so many people before." "I didn't." The slave saw that the person he respected the most misunderstood him and almost blurted out the truth. He quickly shut his mouth and then said unwillingly, "After I die, I will see the 3 judges. They will give me a fair trial." "A fair trial?" Coliantus pondered for a moment and said slowly, "If you didn't kill anyone, then you are lying. Are you not afraid of being sentenced to the hell of having your tongue pulled out and enduring endless torment? Besides, you've concealed the truth and allowed the real culprit to escape punishment. You're an accomplice, and the 3 judges will definitely make you bear half of the blame for his crimes. This isn't as simple as pulling out his tongue. Are you ready?" The slave's face changed when he heard this. He quickly lowered his head, but only saw the muscles on his arm bulging and the linen that had just been tied immediately oozing blood. "Don't use too much force, or the wound that has just been applied with medicine will open again." Coliantus immediately patted his arm with concern. Seeing that the slave still clenched his fists, he asked softly, "What's your name?" "Lacus." The slave squeezed out the word from his mouth. "You are a Namibian, right?" Coliantus looked at his dark skin and said, "I heard from the inspector that 4 of the girls who were killed were Namibians. They were all your compatriots." Lacus trembled all over. "I heard from the inspector that when these 6 corpses were buried, they were placed very neatly, and each of them had an opal in their mouth. The murder would not be so kind. Aksai, this is all because of the kindness in your heart that prompted you to do this." Coliantus sighed and said with certainty, "I believe that you are not the murderer. You were just forced to follow the instructions of the real murderer." Lacus' shoulders shook even more violently, and a low sob could be heard. "Child, it must be very painful to live like this." Coliantus sighed again, and his tone became stern. "But you clearly have the opportunity to catch the murderer and let him be severely punished by the law. But you want to take the blame for him, giving him a chance to hurt more Namibian girls in the future. Do you really have the heart to do this? Are you really willing to do this?" "I'm not willing." Lacus raised his head with tears in his eyes and roared emotionally, "But I'm just a slave and he's a big man. My wife and my 2 daughters are in his hands. What can I do? What can I do? Hades is the most just God. Whether it's a slave or a senator, he treats them equally. His Majesty the Devers enacts the laws of Dionia in accordance with his will to protect all the good people in the kingdom of Dionia and punish all the wicked. Don't have any scruples. Tell me the truth. Hades above, your devout believer Coliantus swears to you that I will protect Oxai's wife and daughters and never let them come to any harm." Oxai looked at Coliantus in surprise as he placed his left hand on his chest and raised his right hand, sincerely swearing the oath. His heart suddenly filled with endless gratitude. This gratitude melted the barrier in his heart, and he knelt in front of Coliantus with a thud. Dio Cassius walked into the reception hall of the Naxos City Hall. As soon as he saw Strompoli, he said excitedly, "My lord, your advice is really useful." That slave finally told the truth. Strompoli was both proud and emotional as he said, "I only know that the slaves of the kingdom of Hades trust the temple of Hades the most." From time to time, slaves from various places would run to the temple of Hades to complain about their grievances. Speaking of which, this has something to do with the Polixus case that caused a sensation in Greece more than 10 years ago. "My lord." Dio Cassius took a few steps forward and said in a low voice with a slightly solemn expression, "That slave also revealed another thing about Laodigian." Strompoli looked at his expression and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Dio Cassius did not say anything, but just handed him the record in his hand. Strompoli carefully read the record, but his 2 white eyebrows gradually knitted together. His face was filled with surprise. He suddenly pressed the record hard on the table and asked anxiously, "Is what he said true?" He said that he did not do it. It was another slave who had already committed suicide who had been secretly doing it. But one time when he was drunk, he confided in him. "I have no way to verify the truth of this matter." Dio Cassius showed a rare hesitation. After all, this directly involves Senator Laodigian. "So I came to ask you for advice." "You are right. Don't act without authorization." Strompoli nodded in approval of Dio Cassius's approach. In his mind, he was thinking about some vague rumors he had heard in the past few years when he was in power in Naxos. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked around the living room with a solemn expression. Dio Cassius waited quietly at the side. After a moment, Strompoli said in a deep voice, "Who else knows about this matter?" "Me and 2 of my most trusted subordinates, and priest Caliantus." "Tell your subordinates that they must not tell anyone. Otherwise—" Strompoli's eyes flashed fiercely. "I understand, my lord. I will talk to the priest about this matter. He is a smart man. Besides, the law states that priests are not allowed to interfere in political affairs." Strompoli stroked his beard, looked at Dio Cassius and ordered, "Delay this case first. Continue to detain Paphocles, but do not interrogate him. Also, temporarily lock up the slave, like before. I will talk to Judge Alderus and ask him to give you more time. I believe he will still do me a favor. Now, I have to prepare to write a letter to His Majesty. Go back quickly and take care of your inspection office." Watching Laodigian leave, Strompoli looked down at the record on the table. His wrinkled face revealed a trace of a sneer. "Laodigian, will you be the second Polixus?" At the same time, in the inner city of Turiai, in the mansion of the military minister of the kingdom of Dionia, Antonios was sitting in the courtyard with his nephew, enjoying a meal while talking. Chapter 593. Assists looked at his aunt, who was a dozen years younger than him, apologetically. Even though he had a problem with Laodigian, he still felt that Doreen was a good wife. "Why would I be mad at you, uncle? It's just that it's getting late. We should go home now. We'll come back another day." Then he turned to Antonios and said meaningfully, "Uncle, please think about what I just said." Antonios snorted, but Doreen gave him a light punch. He swallowed the rest of his words. After sending Assists and his family off, Doreen said to Antonios, "What happened? Why did you lose your temper? This is business. Don't ask too much," Antonius said angrily. "Fine, I won't ask. Don't talk to me anymore." Doreen pouted angrily. All right, I was wrong." Antonios, the military minister of the kingdom, who was in his 50s, hurriedly hugged Doreen in his arms and apologized profusely. "Assists disagreed with my decision to appoint him as the governor of Naxos, so we quarreled." "Why? Isn't it good to be the governor of Naxos?" Doreen was puzzled. Who knows what he's thinking? Asio's grown up now, and he doesn't want to listen to his uncle. Antonios said, still a little angry. "No matter what, he's your only nephew," Doreen said. Doreen reached out and stroked Antonius's bearded face. She kissed him gently, her eyes full of charm. "Auntie Doris is running and jumping tonight. Una will be able to put him to sleep easily. I'll wait for you in the room after I take a shower. All right. Antonios's anger grew even stronger after being seduced by his wife. Doreen married him at the age of 17. She was more than 20 years younger than him. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also virtuous. She even gave birth to a son for him. Antonios, who always felt guilty about his age, doted on her very much. Because of this, he took good care of his father, Laodigian, and his family. Looking at his wife's graceful figure walking toward the main building, he couldn't wait any longer. Antonius! Something big had happened. At this moment, Laodigian's anxious shout came from the corridor. Laodigian had always been able to come and go as he pleased, as if he was in his own house. Antonio's mood was interrupted, but he couldn't get angry at Doreen's father. With a straight face, he said to Laodigian, "What happened this time?" Laodigian was so anxious that he did not notice Antonio's reaction. He shouted, "Pyphogres is locked up in Naxos, but Strompoli never released him." "What trouble did Pyphogres cause this time?" Antonio frowned and asked impatiently. Among Doreen's family, he had the least favorable impression of Pyphogres. After all, back in Turiai, Pyphogres had actually harassed Alexis' daughter, Gisha, and caused a huge uproar. In order to stop Alexis from pursuing this scandal, Antonius had spent all his years of friendship on begging for her forgiveness. At the same time, he had Capys and other comrades to help him plead for leniency. In the end, Pyphogres was sentenced to 4 months in prison and a fine, which was a relatively light sentence. This time, what did this bastard do? How could he make Strompoli not let go of him? Antonios felt uneasy. What happened to Pyphogres? Doreen's voice came from behind Antonios. Seeing his daughter appear, Laodigian immediately changed the topic. "Doreen, your brother was wrongly accused and locked up in prison. His life is in danger." Laodigian told his daughter what had happened. Of course, in his narration, it was the slave who killed the slave and the freedman's daughter, not Pyphogres. A slave dared to kill the female slaves of his family? Do you really think everyone is stupid? Antonio shouted at Laodigian, "You should have listened to me. Let him be locked up for 2 or 3 years and learn his lesson. Then he wouldn't have fallen to this state today." Laodigian had never seen Antonios so angry before. He subconsciously avoided eye contact and said to Doreen, "I'm not in Naxos, so I don't know the specifics of the situation. This was all written to me by Antris. But even if Pyphogres was the one who killed the slave has voluntarily confessed to the crime. Besides, the victims were just female slaves. There's no need for Strompoli to be so serious. Is he really going to be sentenced to death for betraying Pyphogres just because of this? At this point, Laodigian saw that Antonio's expression was still cold and hard, so he softened his tone and said, I know that Pyphogres is a disappointment, but he is my only son, and he is not married, let alone having children. If he is really sentenced to death, our family's bloodline will be severed. Doreen, do you really want to see me go to Hades to see your grandfather after I die? Doreen was shocked that her brother had killed so many people so cruelly, but she could not bear to hear her father's pleading. She did not know what to do, so she could only look at Antonios for help. Antonios saw the look in his beloved wife's eyes, and his heart softened. He kicked a broken pottery pot on the ground into the pool in the middle of the courtyard. He then put his hands on his waist and said to Laodigian, I don't know the details of the law. How do you want to save that bastard? Tell me. Seeing that Antonio's tone had softened, Laodigian hurriedly said, There is no provision in the law of Dionia that citizens who kill their own slaves will be sentenced to death. Moreover, the freedman has already withdrawn his report, and the slave has voluntarily confessed to the crime. Logically speaking, the case can already be closed. However, the Naxos Inspection Office has delayed the case to the court, and the detention of Pyphogres has long exceeded the time limit. These are all violations of the law. Antonios, you just need to talk to the highest judge, Tritodemos, and ask him to intercede on Strompoli's behalf so that the case can be handed over to the court as soon as possible. It's not right for a local governor to interfere in court affairs. Why did Laodigian not talk to Tritodemos directly? Although he had made a lot of friends in Thurii over the years with his wealth, there were still some social circles that did not care about him. The senators of Amendolara had always been known for being conservative and arrogant. They often took pride in being the earliest senators of the Confederation, and they could not stand the slick style of Laodigian, who came later. Most of the senators of Lucania had always been concerned with the affairs of Lucania. They were close to the former mercenary senators, but they did not like to interact with the senators of other regions, especially the senators of Sicily, because the two territories were located in the north and south of the kingdom. There was no conflict of interest at all. Hegemon was an exception, but this senator, who was famous for marrying off his daughter, fell out with Laodigian because Pyphogres had once pursued his youngest daughter. There was also the Thurii senators. These senators, who were born in the heart of the kingdom, were also known for their loftiness. Moreover, because of the Polixus case, more than half of the senators of Thurii were sent to prison, which made the remaining senators more cautious. Not only did they not have much contact with the senators of Sicily, but they also did not have much contact with the senators of other regions in private. The former mercenary elder was once the savior of Amendolara and had spent the longest time with Amendolara. Amendolara also had a close relationship with Amendolara because of the large-scale marriage back then. That was why Laodigian hoped that Antonios would step in and persuade Tritodemos to speak to Strompoli. Since both of them were from Amendolara, Strompoli should give him face. This was Laodigian's beautiful idea. Tritodemos. Antonios muttered the name thoughtfully. Indeed, compared to the more conservative and stubborn Strompoli, Tritodemos was easier to talk to. Back then, it was he and Protesilaus who first took the initiative to get close to the mercenaries. Speaking of which, Tritodemos had been sitting in the position of the highest judge for more than 10 years. This was not because of his service in the trial of Polixus, but because of a law proposed by King Divers and passed by the Senate 9 years ago, stipulating that the public offices of the kingdom, such as judges and tax collectors, which require a high degree of professional knowledge, must be filled by citizens who have been specially trained and gradually promoted through a long period of practice, and no other public officials may take up the post in the interim. This determined that Tritodemos would stay in this position until he retired. According to the law of Dionia, Citizens after the age of 65 were not allowed to take up any specific public office of the kingdom due to old age. Of course, the senators were still senators. When this bill was first proposed by the Devers, it was passed without much objection because in this era, there were not many people who could live to the age of 60. Chapter 594. Are you sure that what the Naxos Inspection Office is doing is against the law? Antonios asked again. Of course. Although there are a lot of laws in Dionia, I've been reading them all these years. I can recite most of them. To be honest, I think I'm qualified to be the highest judge, Laodigian said with a hint of boasting. All right, I'll talk to Tritodemos about it. Antonios finally nodded in agreement. With this reason, he could talk to the judge, who had been in office for more than a decade. One more thing, Antonios, Laodigian said. It's already September, and Strompoli's term is about to end. We should choose a successor as the governor of Naxos as soon as possible. I heard that the assists and his family have just left. How did your discussion go? Hearing this, Doran looked at his husband with a slightly worried look. Antonios looked at Laodigian, who seemed to be in a hurry, and spoke casually. The words that the assists had said previously came to his mind, and he inexplicably felt a little disgusted. He said unhappily, Paphicles caused such a huge mess, and it's still a problem whether or not it can be solved in the end. Now you're actually worried about the candidate for the governor of Naxos? My father-in-law, you're too careless. Do you think that we can decide who the governor of Naxos is just because we want to? If the governor of Naxos is someone we're familiar with, the other senators and I will feel better in Naxos. Look at what Strompoli has done in Naxos in the past few years. It's nothing compared to what you've done in Naxos. We're also worried that the order in Naxos will be disrupted, so we want to choose a senator we're familiar with. That way, he won't cause trouble in Naxos. Besides, the election of the governor has always been the most important matter for us senators. Only we know the affairs of Sicily the best, and the other elders generally won't fight with us for it. Am I right? Laodigian retorted confidently. You're really stupid. Although he had quarreled with the assists earlier, it was not as if he did not have his guard up. He looked at the smug Laodigian and finally could not help but scold him. Who do you think you are? King of Dionia? All the candidates for the chief executive of the city have to be approved by His Majesty the Devers before they can be appointed. In the past, he didn't speak during the election because he didn't think it was necessary. But this time, you should know that he hates citizens who mistreat slaves the most. What do you think His Majesty Davos will think if you jump out to seek benefits for yourself at this time? These words stunned Laodigian on the spot. What should we do? Doreen asked worriedly. I hope His Majesty hasn't noticed the incident with Pyphogres. Antonius sighed. The assists' whole family went to Antonius's house for a banquet. The Devers read the new information presented by Aristides and smiled slightly. Aristides, aren't your subordinates too free? Why are you so insistent on such a small matter? Your Majesty, I felt that this news was worth paying attention to, so I decided to show it to you. Aristides, who was standing at the side, said calmly. What do you think? The Devers looked up at him with a calm expression, but the majesty he exuded made Aristides involuntarily lower his head slightly. Then tell me, what did they talk about at the banquet that made you feel that there's a problem? This. I don't know. Aristides answered straightforwardly. But I know that before the assists returned to Turris, Antonius, Laodigian, and the other Sicilian senators have been trying to elect the assists to take office in Naxos. I just received a secret report from Naxos that there was a shocking murder case there. Laodigian's son, Pyphogres, is a major suspect and has been detained by the Naxos Inspectorate. Pyphogres? The young man who caused a scandal at Adoris's graduation banquet. The familiar name reminded the Devers of the farce that happened in Turris 2 years ago. At that time, the incident did not shock him as much as the others. After all, he was from his previous life. It was common for energetic young men to get physical with each other when they drank too much, and in the end, no substantial harm was caused. It's him, your majesty. How did he get involved in the murder case this time? The Devers asked again. Aristides hurriedly told the Devers the whole case in detail. After listening, the Devers' face gradually became gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "This son of Laodigian is very bold. It seems that he is determined to leave his name in the legal history of the kingdom. He killed 6 people in a row, which is unprecedented. If he can get away with this, what's the point of the existence of the kingdom of Dionia?" Asterisk slap. Asterisk. The Devers' right hand slammed on the desk, causing Aristides' heart to skip a beat. The Devers then said, "You said that the Naxos Inspectorate is now detaining the slave who voluntarily confessed to the crime and the real criminal. What do you mean by that?" "Your Majesty, I don't know. However, Lord Strompoli has met with the judge of Naxos, Alderus, several times and refused the Laodigians, slave, butler many times. Also, priest Hades of Naxos went to the Inspectorate's prison once." Aristides said cautiously, "It seems that Strompoli's secret letter is about to arrive. I want to see what they're up to." The Devers tapped his fingers on the back of the chair and fell into deep thought. It was not a big deal for the son of an elder to kill someone. A warrant was issued for a thorough investigation, and it would not cause too much of a commotion. However, through this murder case, the Devers saw a deeper problem. Why did the Naxos household registration officer not discover the problem of the Laodigian slaves in time, which led to the female slaves being killed one after another? According to the laws of Dionia, slaves purchased by citizens must also be registered in the household registration officer of the city. Every year, when the city population was checked, the number of slaves and their health would be checked. The mountain where the Laodigian household's farm was located belonged to the kingdom. Why did the people of Naxos not dare to go there? Otherwise, someone would have found the burial place a long time ago. Why did the members of the Naxos parliament intercede for the son of Laodigian when something happened to him? Because of this, Strompoli had no choice but to close the door. Also, why did the judge of Naxos not work together with the inspectorate to sentence the real murderer as soon as possible? Instead, he delayed it like this. Naxos was in big trouble now. Naxos was not the only one. The Devers tapped on the back of the chair. After the Great Hellenic War, Dionia occupied almost all the land in Greece. However, because of the war, the population decreased sharply and empty land was everywhere. Coupled with the fact that the kingdom was newly established, many systems needed to be adjusted. The Senate and him had a lot of work to do, so they naturally focused their energy and work on Greece first. After all, this was the foundation of the kingdom of Dionia. The governance of Sicily was relatively lax. As long as it remained stable and did not cause any major trouble, there were no more strict requirements. That was why the so-called conqueror of Catania, Antonios, had been the governor of Naxos for 6 years. Because of the trust of the exiles of Catania and Tapolis, a new elder who had never had any administrative experience also became the next governor of Catania. Now that the overall situation in Greece was on the right track, the Devers originally wanted to wait for the end of the Daunian War before focusing on cleaning up Sicily, but now it seemed that the plan had to be brought forward. Laodigian, Antonios. The Devers silently recited the names of these 2 people in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something again. He looked up at Aristides, who was standing upright. "Is Antipolis still the adjutant of the administration in Syrium?" "Yes." Androporus's administrative path could be said to have started high but ended low. He first served as the chief executive of Cadanae, but Cadanae was a large city with a large population, vast territory, and complicated members. He, who lacked administrative experience, soon felt powerless and even nearly caused a riot. In the end, in his 2nd year in office, he took the initiative to ask to step down. The Devers sent Antipolis to replace him. Antipolis, who was reluctant to resign, took the initiative to ask the Devers to work in a local place to gain administrative experience. How could the Devers refuse such an ambitious young elder? So they arranged for him to work in Syrium, which was being rebuilt. 2 years as a city inspector, 1 year as a city supervisor, 2 years as a city census officer, 1 year as a city agricultural officer, 1 year as a city commercial officer, and now as the adjutant of the administration of Syrium, mainly in charge of trade. It took Antipolis 8 years to serve almost all the major middle-level public officials in Dionia. Chapter 595. Androporus is not bad. He has been promoted to a senator, and he can still focus on training. Some people think that being a senator is a big deal. The Devers' voice was very soft, but Aristides could not help but blink. Aristides, your brother has become a senator, and you are still a court herald. Do you regret it? The Devers looked at him and said half-jokingly, after the Devers became king, the political system of Dionia did not change. However, he asked the Senate to create several new positions for him, which were directly under the command of the king. One was the captain of the palace guards, now held by Marcius, who was responsible for the safety of the king and his family, as well as maintaining the order of the palace. Another was the secretary, held by Heliopolis, who was responsible for writing letters for the king. And the last was the court herald, held by Aristides, who was responsible for conveying the king's orders and summoning officials. In fact, most of the time, this task was done by Aristides' subordinates. Aristides' real job was still the chief of intelligence of the Devers. Although most of the senators knew that the Devers had a group of subordinates who were responsible for collecting intelligence for him, the Devers still felt that it was not good to set up an intelligence officer position for him. Therefore, using the position of a herald to cover it up was nothing more than a sham. These 3 positions were all mid-level public officials, and their status was much lower than that of the Senate senators. Your Majesty, I've never regretted it. I like my current position, as it allows me to fully utilize my abilities. I also believe that being an ordinary public servant by your Majesty's side is more honorable than being an elder, Aristides said, enunciating each word seriously. You have learned to say nice things now. The Devers pointed at him and laughed. Well, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. The Devers stood up and said casually, You have to keep an eye on Naxos. Yes, your Majesty, Aristides replied and turned to leave. He no longer lived in the Devers' mansion. Instead, he had his own house near the palace at the foot of the hill. Devers left the study and walked to the backyard. When they were about to enter the main building, Devers saw a slim figure standing next to the statue of Artemis. Cynthia, he called softly. F.A. Father. Cynthia looked slightly flustered. It's already so late. Why aren't you sleeping? The Devers asked with concern. I'm praying to Artemis that my brother returns safely from his first expedition. Cynthia quickly said, This time we sent 3 legions and a cavalry legion to deal with the Downey Empire. That's a total of 30,000 soldiers. We have more soldiers than the Downey Empire, so it will be easy for us to win. You don't have to worry about Adoris at all. Although this is his first time on the battlefield, he has always been talented in combat. Many veterans are no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, Olivers is taking care of him, so there is nothing for you to worry about. Devers comforted her and then asked with a smile, Are you only praying for Adoris? Father. Cynthia paced her feet. Her face started to blush. When the war is over, your mother and I will hold a wedding for you and Patroclus. You are already 20 years old. If we don't get you married soon, people will think that no one wants to marry the princess of the kingdom of Dionia, Devers teased. Cynthia was both shy and happy when they talked about marriage. Thank you, Father. Go to sleep now. Devers waved his hand and said with a smile, Patroclus is the captain of the legion. He won't fight the enemy personally, so he won't be in danger. You don't have to worry about him. If you worry about him every day, you won't be able to sleep well, and your skin will deteriorate. When Patroclus comes back, he might not want you any more. He wouldn't dare, Cynthia said with her hands on her hips. Devers smiled and turned to go upstairs. Cynthia's grateful voice came from behind again. "Father, thank you." Devers immediately understood what she meant by "thank you." Cynthia was already very pretty when she was 16 years old. Coupled with her identity as the princess of the kingdom of Dionia, there were naturally many suitors, including many children of former mercenary comrades of Devers, mainly adopted children. Devers rejected all of them because Cynthia already had someone she liked at that time. Devers respected her choice, which could be said to have broken the tradition at that time. In the Greek city-states, the daughters of citizens were subordinate to their fathers before they were married. Although the atmosphere in the kingdom of Dionia was much more open, it was indeed a little shocking to let a daughter choose her husband according to her own wishes. Devers paused for a moment. Without turning back, he went straight to the second floor. Sleeping at night was not too troublesome for Devers, who had 2 wives. He only had to take turns sleeping with one wife. Sometimes when his wife was on her period, she would take the initiative to let him go to the other wife's room. Overall, it was quite harmonious. Sometimes he thought that if he had 3 or 4 wives, just the choice of sleeping at night would probably be a big problem. With a big goal in mind, he never thought about it. Ensuring health and living a longer life were his expectations, so he would not indulge his inner desires too much. He opened the door and walked into Kristoya's bedroom. The candlelight in the bedroom flickered. Kristoya was lying on her side on the bed with her back facing him. A light blanket with red and blue stripes was draped over her body, revealing her snow-white shoulders and slender legs. "Kristoya!" Devers called out softly, but there was no response. It seemed that she had come back too late. She was so sleepy that she had fallen asleep. Devers tiptoed to the bed, took off his clothes, and was about to lie down next to Kristoya. Then he pulled the blanket aside and found that Kristoya was not wearing anything. As a mother who had given birth to 3 children, Kristoya still had delicate skin and maintained a good figure. Her slender and fat waist extended down to her round and plump buttocks. From a distance, it looked like a smooth and perfect human curve. Devers could not help but lean against her smooth back, his right hand wrapped around her waist and his palm pressed against her soft chest. Just as he was about to move, Kristoya suddenly turned her head and kissed his face. "You're not asleep." Devers was a little surprised. "What do you think?" Kristoya's eyes were like silk, and her gorgeous red lips bit Devers's mouth after a round of sex. The two lay side by side on the bed, panting softly. "Who were you talking to downstairs just now?" Kristoya asked softly. "Cynthia." She was praying for Adoris and her future husband. That girl has been in a daze recently. It seems that all her thoughts are on that young man called Patroclus. "Sigh, we can't keep this daughter. When the Downy War is over, let's marry her over. You're too irresponsible as a father. Other people choose a good husband for their daughter, but you didn't choose the children of so many elders, ministers, and wealthy merchants. You let her choose herself." Kristoya grumbled. Devers said seriously, "With my current position, do I still need my daughter's marriage to consolidate my power? Let Cynthia choose a husband she's satisfied with. At least she won't blame me in the future. Besides, Patroclus's family isn't too bad. Although his father is disabled, he's quite capable. He's a respected officer of the demos. Because of his outstanding work, the governor of the Turii, Lucius, is already considering promoting him to be the adjutant of the Turii administration or the city's agriculture officer. If this continues, he might become an elder of the Senate at the age of 50. Patroclus is also very hardworking. He's only been in the Legion of Dionysia for 10 years, but he's already become the youngest platoon leader in the Legion of Dionysia. That's why I say Cynthia has a good eye for a husband. If we marry her off in a grand manner, we won't let her parents down." Kristoya grumbled because she couldn't get used to the sudden departure of her own daughter. After hearing Devers's words, she sighed after a while. "It's not a bad thing to marry him early. It'll help Crow get rid of some thoughts he shouldn't have. What did you say?" Crow, Devers was shocked. Crow likes this sister of his who isn't related by blood. Kristoya sighed again. Why didn't I know about this? Devers was stunned. You're busy with politics every day. How would you have noticed? After we agreed to Patroclus' proposal, I noticed that Crow wasn't in a good mood for a few days. I only noticed it after Agnes reminded me. Sigh. Kristoya felt a headache coming on when she thought about it. It's actually not bad to raise a daughter-in-law from a daughter, Divers joked. Then he saw Kristoya raise her head and stare at him. He quickly corrected himself. Crow is still young and doesn't understand the relationship between a man and a woman. I think he's just a little attracted to Cynthia. He'll get better when he's older. He's almost 16 now. While he's studying at the Dionia Academy, it's time to increase his military training in preparation for his future military service. I'm afraid he won't have time to think about these things then. You really plan to let Crow fight in the future? Kristoya asked worriedly. Chapter 596. Kristoya was happy to hear that. She pressed her head against the Devers' sturdy chest and said softly, I'll listen to you. It's getting late. Go to sleep, go to sleep. The Devers patted him lightly. The two relaxed and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, the Devers got up and went to the courtyard for his morning exercise. By the time he returned to the main building, drenched in sweat, it was already bustling. Molina, the butler of the backyard, had already instructed the female slaves to wake the children up one by one. She had them dress and wash up. Then, she heard the sounds of complaints and crying in the main building. Molina was unmoved. When faced with children who were unwilling to get up or even fooling around, the female slave had no choice but to go into the house and pull them up by force. She dared to do this in front of these princes and princesses of Dionia, because Kristoya had given her the authority. 8 years ago, under the matchmaking of the Devers and Kristoya, Asuna and Aristyras were married. Of course, she had to leave the Devers' official residence. Molina, the female slave from Thessaly, was the child's wet nurse at the time. Kristoya found that she was decisive and even more daring than Asuna, so she let her take over Asuna's position. Reality proved that Kristoya had a good eye. Over the years, with the increase in children, the backyard was indeed well managed by Molina, which saved Kristoya a lot of trouble. After the Devers had a simple shower, he walked into the dining room. Most of the family was already seated at the dining table. Where's Olivia? The Devers glanced around the hall and asked. Olivia was his third daughter, born to Agnes. She was only 4 years old this year. That crybaby refused to get up as usual. Aunt Molina went in to get her up, but she was still yelling. Mother Agnes went upstairs to get her, Bryant's replied loudly. Bryant's was the Devers' 4th son, born to Kristoya. He was 6 years old this year. Bryant's of Rhea is your sister. Instead of helping her when she's in trouble, you're saying weird things from the sidelines. That's not right, understand? Cynthia immediately criticized him. Sister is right. Bryant's is annoying. Eunice also complained. She was born during the Great Greek War and was now 10 years old. Bryant's felt aggrieved at being criticized by his 2 sisters. He turned to his second brother, Clodocatax, for help. Clodocatax turned to look at Cynthia. Young Bout didn't mean to say bad things about Avria. He's realized his mistake now. All right, I've forgiven you, but it still depends on your future actions, Cynthia said as if she was talking to a child. Bryant's nodded hastily. Third brother Apox, who was opposite him, made a face at him which made him smile. Apox was born to Agnes at the end of the Great Hellenic War and was now over 9 years old. The Devers and Kristoya sat quietly, not interfering with the small conflict between the children. They had always been like this because with Cynthia and Clodocatax around, everything would be resolved in the end. The Devers also hoped that the children would learn unity, love, tolerance, and compromise in the process of resolving conflicts themselves. At this moment, Agnes brought Avria into the living room. Avriya's large eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her face. She carried a small doll in one hand, and Agnes was holding her other hand as they walked forward. "Little Avriya, darling, hurry and sit in your seat. It's time for breakfast," Kristoya said softly. Her words were very effective. Avriya let go of her mother's hand and sat down on her own seat. She placed the doll behind her, and Agnes sat down beside her. Usually, because of the simple way of eating, ordinary Greeks didn't even have a dining table. They could eat outdoors while sitting on a wooden chair, squatting, or standing, with food in their hands. The Greek nobles and the rich had a much more formal meal. They had their own dining room, with tables according to the number of people they had. There were also slaves waiting at the side to clean their hands at any time, because they ate with their hands. The situation of eating in the kingdom of Dionia was very different. After the Devers invented knives, forks, and spoons, the people no longer needed to eat with their hands. Although they still ate separately, many families began to eat at the same table. Very few families did not even separate men and women. It was said that this was all due to the Devers' influence. As the number of family members increased, the Devers had a skilled carpenter make a large round table and placed it in the middle of the dining room. The family sat around it and ate. This way, there were no close or distant relationships, and there was a lively atmosphere of a family. It was also beneficial in nurturing the children's love for their family and valuing it. The Devers sat facing the entrance of the dining room. On their right was Agnes, and on their left was Kristoya. Next to Kristoya was their eldest daughter, Cynthia, their second son, Clodocatax, their second daughter, Eunice, their third son, Apox, their fourth son, Bryant, and their third daughter, Avriya. If their eldest son, Adoris, was included, the Devers family had a total of 10 members. The backyard supervisor, Melina, stood at the side. There were no other slaves in the dining room. After all, even the youngest, Melina, was already 4 years old and could take care of herself. The Devers had always hoped that their children could do things on their own, be self-reliant, and not rely on slaves to serve them. That way, they would not become useless people who did not know how to eat. "Let's eat." After the Devers finished speaking, Clodocatax brought the food and bowls with Melina's help. He first set up the cutlery for each family member, and then distributed the food to each family member. This was the task that the Devers had arranged for the older children in the family, mainly to train their awareness of serving others. It just so happened that it was Clodocatax's turn today. After distributing the food to his parents, Clodocatax turned to Cynthia. This time, the Devers' eyes widened as they saw their eldest son quickly distribute the food to Cynthia. "Thank you, Crow," Cynthia said with a smile. Clodocatax calmly walked towards Eunice, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. The Devers immediately cast a puzzled look at Kristoya. Of course, Kristoya understood what her husband meant. She hadn't thought that, after telling the Devers about this matter yesterday, he would publicly confirm it today. This was simply, Kristoya immediately gave him a look, telling him not to be too obvious. The Devers pretended not to understand and opened their mouths, assuming a puzzled posture. Kristoya could only clench her fist and hit him on the thigh. The Devers bared their teeth in an exaggerated manner. Kristoya almost spat out the oatmeal in her mouth onto the table. Agnes noticed the abnormality between the two and turned her head, casting a questioning look. The Devers, however, extended his right hand towards her smooth and supple thigh. Agnes blushed slightly and immediately pinched it hard with her fingers. The Devers showed a pained expression again, but it was gone in a flash. The children obviously didn't notice the farce between their parents. Their attention was on the food. Same as before, with a spoonful of honey. Clodocatax asked his sister with a smile. Before Eunice could reply, Bryant shouted, "Do you even need to ask? She doesn't like cow or goat's milk." In this era, many citizens of the Greek city-states raised sheep, so goat's milk was a very common food. Apart from making cheese, it was also processed and consumed directly. cows were mainly used for practical use and transportation, not for milk production. The Devers had once asked Bagul to advocate for the people of Lucania municipality to use cow's milk for sale and consumption. There were only a few people who used cow's milk, and the production wasn't large either. Of course, there was a small supply in the palace. However, the beverage for breakfast today was goat's milk. Goat's milk had a strong odor. Fortunately, the Devers had made it a rule for the children to drink a cup of goat's milk every morning so that they could grow taller and stronger. Now, the children had adapted to it, including the youngest of Rhea except for Eunice. I don't like it, so what? Eunice immediately glared at Bryant. Bryant didn't want to admit defeat in the face of his sister's threat, but he couldn't say anything. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Anyway, it's not right." Eunice ignored him and turned to smile at Crotocatax. "Brother, give me 2 spoonfuls of honey. Thank you." Crotocatax finished distributing the food for Eunice and put food for Apox. Apox cheered, "Great, there's meat buns today." The Greeks used fermented flour to bake bread, while the Devers had the chef wrap the beef and mutton in the fermented dough and steam them in an iron pot. The steamed meat buns were fragrant, and the children, especially the boys, liked to eat them. Apox held the hot bun with both hands and took a big bite, ignoring the heat in his mouth. Then he saw that Bryant had also distributed the food. He suddenly rolled his eyes and said to his brother, "Butte, let's play a game, okay? Whoever wins can take a bite of the other party's meat buns." "No way." Bryant cautiously put the wooden plate of meat buns in front of his chest with both hands. He lost to Apox every time they played games, so he had some psychological scars. Apox was thinking about how to persuade Bryant when he heard Eunice say disdainfully, "Butte, look at how timid you are." "ABO, here you go." Eunice was satisfied that Apox had made a fool of Bryant. She immediately broke off a small half of the meat bun and handed it to him. Chapter 597. When Olivia, who was still in a daze, heard this, she immediately took a few bites of the meat bun. Agnes hurriedly said, "Don't rush, eat slowly, it's hot." "Little Butte, what kind of brother are you? You're actually trying to cheat your sister of her breakfast." Cynthia chuckled as she criticized. Facing Cynthia, Bryant didn't retort. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Devers watched all this with a smile. Every day, this was the time when he was the most relaxed after breakfast. "Cynthia, after breakfast, come with me to the bank at the port and listen to their financial report for the first half of the year," Kristoya interrupted with a cloth napkin. Although Asuna had left, Cynthia had grown up. She was family and more knowledgeable. Over the past few years, under Kristoya's intentional training, she had become her right-hand woman. "Yes, mother," Cynthia replied. "Ah." Olivia heard this and hurriedly said, "I want to go with Sister Cynthia." Among these children, Olivia wasn't old enough to go to school yet. She usually stayed at home, and Kristoya and Agnes had their own things to do. Cynthia took care of her most of the time, so she was very attached to Cynthia. And today, Melina had woken her up too fiercely. She didn't want to stay at home alone. Cynthia more or less understood what she was thinking, so she said to Kristoya, "Mother, should I bring Olivia with me?" Kristoya looked at Olivia. Olivia blinked her large eyes and looked pitifully at her other mother. "Be obedient when you're there and don't shout." Kristoya was actually quite at ease with Olivia, because this child was very gentle and quiet everywhere she went. "Yes." Olivia nodded vigorously. Agnes expressed her thanks to Kristofa. "Olivia, you can't leave Big Sister. What will you do when she gets married?" Eunice said. Olivia's eyes immediately reddened when she heard this. "When that happens, Olivia can still visit Big Sister often, and Big Sister will come back often. She won't leave us." Agnes hurriedly comforted her daughter. At the same time, Clotocatax coughed and spat out the milk on the table. "I choked on water just now," Clotocatax quickly explained. Kristoya immediately cast a cryptic glance at the Devers. The Devers were relieved. They had been observing him since he entered the restaurant. Other than the gaffe, just now, the Devers did not find anything strange about the child. It showed that he had strong self-control, which made the Devers proud. Yes, Crow, you're going to be 16 soon and have formal military training. I'm going to customize a set of heavy infantry equipment for you. Do you have any requests? Asked the Devers. Doesn't Dionia's military law state that the army's weapons and equipment must meet certain requirements? You can't make arbitrary changes to the size, color, and patterns? Asked Clodo Catax, puzzled. That means that the appearance, size, and color of the weapons and equipment must be the same as the other soldiers in the army. However, you can add or modify some things to enhance their performance and increase their comfort. For example, you can add cloth pads in the helmet to quickly absorb sweat and reduce the impact of external forces on the head. Another example is to reduce the amount of linen glue in the linen breastplate and sew hippopotamus skin in the lining. This way, the thickness will be the same, but its defensive capabilities will be greatly increased. The Devers explained some of the tricks of customizing weapons and equipment to his son in detail. Clodo Catax listened attentively for a while and said without hesitation, "Father, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You can just customize it according to the norm. Make my armor, shield, and spear the same as the other citizens." "Crow, you should." Kristoya hurriedly tried to persuade him when she heard this. The Devers said happily, "Child, you're doing the right thing. Only when you don't try to be special will you be able to get along well with your teammates. Only then will your team be able to quickly form a cohesive whole. When in battle, your teammates will not hesitate to block the enemy's spears for you in times of danger." Clodo Catax listened to his father's teachings seriously. Kristoya saw this and didn't say anything else. "Father, I want to customize a spear and shield like Bro." Bryant said loudly, "Didn't I make one for you?" "But it's made of wood because you're still young. You can't lift a real spear and shield made of real iron. Can you lift the pair of big iron hammers Father left in the yard?" Bryant shook his head. "When you reach Crow's age, you'll have enough strength to lift them. Then I'll customize a real spear and shield for you two, okay?" The Devers persuaded his son patiently. "Okay, Butte, do you want to be a soldier or a general in the future?" The Devers continued. "Of course I want to be a general." "That's awesome. Then you should study hard in school first. Only by learning to read can you understand the orders given by your commander. Only by learning to count can you know how to arrange your troops. Only by learning to argue can you persuade your men to follow your orders. So when you get to school, you must study hard and don't play around. You'll definitely become a general in the future, okay?" The Devers also took the opportunity to persuade Bryant. Although he was still young, he was too energetic and brave. He had been at school for half a year and caused a lot of trouble in his class. The teacher had already reported it to Kristoya several times. Bryant nodded, not really understanding. "Bo, don't just snicker. You have to help your brother more. If he doesn't do well in the school's elementary tests, I'm going to make you pay," Divers said with a serious face. Apox was dumbfounded. The corners of his mouth were stained with grease and crumbs. He looked rather comical, causing his siblings to burst into laughter. After breakfast, Crystal, Cynthia and Ivia rode in a carriage to the port. Agnes, on the other hand, sat in another carriage and hurried towards the Temple of Hera in Turiadong City. Crotocatax, Apox, Eunice and Bryant were escorted by guards and slaves to the triangle of the river in Turin. However, when they got there, his siblings would go to the Turin Academy, while Crotocatax would go to the Dionia Academy separately. After the Devers saw off their wives and children, they went to the Dionia Senate under the protection of the palace guards. When the Dionia Senate was established more than 10 years ago, it was only the highest authority of the Dionia people. Now, it represented the most powerful kingdom in the entire western Mediterranean Greece, and people looked up to it. Of course, The Daionia Palace that was built later took away part of its glory. When the Senate was built, its grand appearance was amazing, but it also made outsiders laugh. A newly formed alliance of less than 2 or 3 cities actually built a grand hall that was not commensurate with its strength. Now, no one dared to say such strange things. Instead, they sighed at the foresight of the King of Devers. Although the territory was constantly expanding, the number of Daionia senators did not always increase. After the Polixus case and the losses of the Southern Italian War, the number of senators declined sharply. When a meeting was held, there were only a few people in the huge hall. Everyone was either on the battlefield or shouldering heavy responsibilities to stabilize the country. It was the most difficult period for Daionia, and it was also the period when the senators played an important role. In the end, Daionia survived and ushered in another great development of the kingdom. With Laos taking the lead, the allied city-states of Trine, Castellan, Crotone, Corunna, Heraclea, and Metapontum took the initiative to join the kingdom. The 3 former allied city-states of Locri, Medma, and Hibernian were forced to join the kingdom. Silatina, Inona, and Copsa were territories occupied by Daionia. Naxos, Catanai, Sicily, and Tauromenian also became part of the kingdom. In the next 10 years, while the kingdom worked hard to restore the population, agriculture, and trade of the newly acquired lands, it also declared war on the Mashapi and Pacheti, citing the fact that they had broken the treaty and attacked Tarentum, a free city in Daionia. In the Great Battle of Brindisi, the Devers led 5 legions and 2 cavalry legions to successfully defeat the allied forces of Mashapi and Pacheti. Taking advantage of the heavy losses of these 2 fierce races, the Kingdom of Daionia began to carry out annual planned and step-by-step encroachment operations. Until the beginning of the year before last, there were no more independent towns in the 2 regions of Mashapi and Pacheti. This also made the Grand Hall of the Senate of Daionia not as empty as it used to be. The number of senators also exceeded 200, occupying 1/5 of all the seats in the hall. Therefore, maintaining the normal order of the Senate during meetings became an important task for the Supreme Censor and his subordinates. "The king has arrived!" The disciplinary officer shouted, and the noisy hall suddenly became quiet. After Daionia became a kingdom from an alliance, the biggest difference between the Grand Hall and the past was that the semicircular seats of the senators surrounded the center of the hall. A little behind the center of the hall was a cowhide chair, which was the seat of the king of Daionia. Behind the wooden chair was a door, which was a passage for the king of Devers to enter and exit. For fully armed palace guards with spears and shields entered the hall in neat steps and stood on both sides of the leather chair. Chapter 598. All of the elders stood up to show their respect. This was not done spontaneously. It was a law passed by the Senate of the Kingdom of Daionia in the past 10 years. It stipulated that whenever the king attended a meeting of the Senate, this etiquette was mandatory. Any senator who did not stand up or bow would be expelled from the meeting by the Supreme Censor. As for the palace guards entering the meeting hall, it was because the number of senators in the Senate had skyrocketed after the Southern Italian War. Although the guards guarding the Senate would search the senators before entering the meeting hall to prevent any of them from carrying weapons, some of the senators who had just joined Daionia had deep conflicts. For example, Senator Crotone and Senator Lockley, Senator Trine and Senator Hibernian. During the debate on the bill, a single word of disagreement could easily lead to conflict. Several times, it even threatened the safety of the Devers. Therefore, Marigi and Plazinas proposed to allow the palace guards under the command of the Devers to enter the meeting hall with the approval of more than half of the senators. This way, they could protect the king and at the same time assist the Supreme Censor in maintaining order in the meeting hall. Of course, after 10 years and some improvements to the Senate meeting system, the current Senate meetings were much more orderly. The Devers sat firmly on the leather chair. As there were 2 steps below his seat, his height was basically the same as the seats at the back of the meeting hall. The Devers looked at the nearly 200 senators in front of him. Most of them were concentrated in the front of the center of the meeting hall so that they could hear the voices of the speakers clearly. The most senior senators sat in the front row. The seat in the middle belonged to Kunigarata. This was a reward from the Devers for what he had done over the years. The senators also recognized his ability and prestige. However, he had been bedridden all this time. When they heard from helps that his condition was worsening, the Devers were a little worried. The seat next to him should have belonged to Cornelis. He was also a senator who had worked hard and made great contributions. However, as the rotating chairman today, he stood in front of the wooden table in the center of the meeting hall to the right of the Devers. After 10 years, his hair and beard were all white, and his figure was hunched. Devers sighed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that Kunigarata had been absent for a long time and the fact that the Senate needed a prestigious elder to stand guard for him, he might have considered letting Cornelis, who was almost 60 years old, no longer take on the heavy duty of the rotating chairman. It was too exhausting, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Seated in the center of the front row were the 3 presidents of the Senate, Vespa, Sidorum, and Lysias. Although Lysias of Crotone was a late senator, he respected Crotone, which was once a powerful city in Greece. On the other hand, Crotone used to be the leader of Silton, Trine, and Coruña. Although it was in the past, it still had some influence. Therefore, Lysias, who was once the chief general of Crotone, became the rotating chairman of the Senate after the Devers' suggestion. Sitting in the first row were Tritodmos, Protesilaus, Raphias, Antares, Felicius, Merces, Marigi, Plazinas, Burcos. These were the senators who had made great contributions to the kingdom before the Southern Italian War. Other than that, the former mercenary senators who loved to sit together had also changed their seating arrangement. For example, Antonio sat alone, surrounded by senators from Sicily. Initially, Helos did not want to sit alone, but some of the senators from Rockley and its allies that he had conquered and subjugated preferred to sit beside him. As a result, some of the former mercenary senators were very dissatisfied. In the end, Helos had no choice but to stay away from the mercenary senators. Later on, in order to prevent a situation like Antonio's from happening again, the Devers would send 2 to 3 legions to attack the designated towns of Massapi and Pchetti each time after the Battle of Brindisi. This way, not only would every soldier gain military merits and receive training, but it would also disperse the influence of the commanders on the conquered areas. Even so, there were still some Massapi and Pchetti senators who were thick-skinned enough to squeeze into the group of former mercenary senators, causing the largest group in the Senate to gradually fall apart. Not only was the Devers not worried, but he was also happy to see such a situation happen. Now he no longer needed to rely on these mercenaries to gain a foothold in the kingdom. At this moment, the Devers placed his hands on the armrests of the chair and leaned against the back of the chair in a more comfortable position. He then said to Cornelis, "Let's begin." The first item on the agenda for this Senate meeting was the report of the chief executive of Annona, assists whose term had expired. Debriefing was a necessary procedure for every Dionian elder who was about to step down from his post. On one hand, it was to let the other senators understand and evaluate their performance during their term. If they performed well, it would be easier for them to take up new positions in the upcoming elections. If they performed poorly, they would have a reason to be idle the next time. This also forced the senators to not slack off when they took up their positions. No one could tolerate being seen as incompetent by their colleagues. On the other hand, it would be easier for the other senators to understand the current situation and difficulties of the position or the region through the retiring senator. This would make it easier for them to consider the proposals related to the position or to decide whether or not to take up the position. 3 years ago, assists had given a report to Annona, so this time he was familiar with the process and spoke in a more concise manner. After he finished his speech, applause rang out around him. Of course, many of the applause was for the sake of reward. At this moment, the rotating chairman, Cornelis, said loudly, "My lords, it is now time to ask Sir Assist's questions." The assists immediately felt nervous. The most difficult part of the report had arrived. As soon as Cornelius finished speaking, Felicius immediately stood up. "My lords, I remember that 3 years ago Sir Assists once said that Ennona wanted to be the bridge between the Campanian alliance and the kingdom of Dionia. I would like to ask Sir Assists, in the past 3 years, what achievements has Ennona made in this regard?" The Assists heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Felicius gratefully. As expected of a senior officer in the mercenary army, this was completely helping him. In the previous report, the Assists had already mentioned this. Now he only needed to elaborate. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your wise decision to allow the Kingdom of Dionia to form an alliance with the Campanian alliance. This is the basis for Ennona's rapid development of relations with the various cities in Campania. As we all know, due to the Samni's invasion of the various cities in Campania, some cities have fallen into the hands of the Samni, including the ancient city of Capusa. Although the Samni and the Campanian alliance have reached a peace agreement under our mediation, the land that the Samni have occupied cannot be returned. Hence, there are many Campanians who have lost their homes and land in the Campanian region. In the past, in order to survive, most of them could only work as mercenaries. Ever since Ennona became a new piece of land, although the original inhabitants, the Samni, have all left, the growth of its population has been very slow. This is because the Greek immigrants from the eastern Mediterranean are more willing to settle in the Magna Graecia region of the kingdom, as it is closer to the mainland, and the customs are similar and more familiar. Very few of them are willing to move to Ennona in the middle of the west coast of Italy. A few years ago, the residents of Ennona were mainly some of the original Legio III soldiers and their families. At this point, the Assists nodded slightly at Vespa, Hemont, and the other Lucanian senators, as the soldiers of the Legio III were mainly Lucanians. Ennona has a lot of uncultivated land, but it lacks labor. Hence, when Lady Alexis was in office, she took some measures to attract Campanians to work in Ennona. Under the guidance of Lady Alexis, due to the improvement of the diplomatic environment, I propose some new measures, such as allowing the Campanians to rent 5 acres of land even if they are unwilling to become citizens of Dionia. If they want to cultivate uncultivated land, they can rent more than 10 acres at a time. After 6 years, a lot of uncultivated land in Ennona has been developed into farmland, and the tax revenue has been greatly increased. At the same time, I provided cheap accommodation for the Campanians in Ennona. The port, the market, and all other places that require labor are open to them. They are basically treated the same as the free citizens of Dionia. As a result, a large number of Campanians poured into Ennona, greatly promoting the rapid development of Ennona's port. Ennona, which only had a simple dock 10 years ago, has now become one of the most important ports in the middle of the west coast of Italy. Chapter 599. My lords, as far as I know, when Legio III first occupied Ellona, the Campanians were afraid of the kingdom. They did not want to face the threat of a stronger kingdom while fighting against the Samni. The Campanian alliance signed the treaty with us, trembling with fear. I think they were psychologically resistant to us at that time. But after years of hard work by us, especially Ennona, the Campanians' fear is disappearing, and their love for the kingdom is growing. Many Campanians believe that the kingdom of Dionia is a wealthy, culturally rich Greek kingdom that treats them kindly. They can find work in the kingdom's territory and earn money to support their families. They will not be exploited too much. So far, about 800 Campanians have officially become citizens of Dionia in Ennona, and about 1,400 Campanians have become probationary citizens. There are about 3,000 registered Campanians who wish to become citizens of Dionia, and the number is still increasing. When Assists finished, the elders applauded. This time, it was not out of etiquette, but a recognition of his achievements in Ennona. At the same time, they were proud that their kingdom had been recognized by the people of a powerful city-state alliance in Italy. After the applause died down, Hegemon stood up and said, "Lord Assists, Ennona is a special town. It's special because not only does it border the Campanians, but it's also close to the Samonians. Have you taken the same measures against the rebellious Samnian people, who are also part of the Diana alliance? Have you allowed Inona to become the bridge between the Samnian people and the kingdom? Compared to the previous question, this one was easier to answer. It was another free point. So, Assists nodded at Hemont. Thank you, Lord Hemont, for your question. Inona is indeed neighboring the Samni, mainly the Keutini, one of the 4 major tribes of the Samni. However, unlike the Campanian alliance, Inona is not the only kingdom that shares a border with the Samni. Kapsa and the free city of Potentia are neighbors of the Samni. All 3 of us have been working hard to improve our relationship with the Samni. After all, the Samni are different from the Campanians. They are not Greeks, and their customs are completely different from ours. In the past, they have always been enemies of the Campanians and are wary of our kingdom. Although I have tried to make it easier for the Samni to enter Inona to trade or work, there have been very few Samni entering Inona for the past few years. However, 3 years ago, I decided to build the town of Barbaria in the valley of Laconia in the north of Inona, next to Keutini. Now, the town is developing rapidly. When Assis said this, the Dever suddenly said, Laconia! Is the leader of this town of Keutini Quinduk? Your Majesty, it is Quinduk, the leader of the Keutini tribe that you captured. He used to be the leader of the largest Keutini tribe in Laconia, Assists replied. He is quite friendly to Dionia. The Devers nodded. When the Samni army invaded Potentia and was defeated, several noble Samni leaders were captured, including Quinduk, Gurney, and even Torak, the leader of Pentine. For some reason, the Devers treated them well and even let them stay in Turiai for a while, treating them like distinguished guests. In the end, they were released to Samni along with the other captives. It seemed that not only Gurney, but Quinduk had also changed his attitude toward Dionia. Seeing that the Devers did not speak, Assists continued. We all know that the Samni live in the mountains and mainly graze for a living. There is a lack of food there, and it is not enough to support a large population. So for decades, the Keutini have been attacking the Campanian alliance to gain more land. 10 years ago, the Samni also launched a large-scale attack on Potentia. In the end, they were defeated by the army led by His Majesty and had no choice but to become our ally. In the town of Barbaria, we built a market to sell grains and other food to the Samni people. The Samni people can use any goods to barter with us. They don't have to use gold or silver coins. Of course, the ores, prey, and livestock that they bring have to be valued first. We try to be as fair as possible. As time passed, the Samni who traded with us gradually let down their guard. In order to obtain more grains to bring back to the tribe, many of their tribesmen began to enter the town of Barbaria and accept the employment of the citizens of the town, cutting down trees, clearing wastelands, farming in exchange for payment. Today, the town of Barbaria is the busiest. In one day, there are nearly 300 Samni working in the town. At the same time, they have also begun to slowly accept some of our customs, such as rugby matches. Many Samni people like this kind of intense physical collision sport, which is very suitable for the fierce Samni warriors to play. I believe that in another year or 2, there will be a Samni team participating in the kingdom's rugby finals. At this time, the Devers added, this year a Samni team was invited by Turiai to participate. It comes from Abenelum, near Kapsa. The Assists was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, It seems that Lord Sexima has done a better job in this aspect than I have. Another person stood up from the group of elders. Lord Assists, I would like to know how the religion of the Hades is spreading in the Campanian region. The Assists looked at the person who asked and saw that it was Pleasonus. As the scepter priest of the Temple of Hades, Pleasonus naturally had some understanding of the development of the temples in the cities. Asking this question at this time was in fact still a freebie. So when the Assists nodded at Pleasonus, he glanced at Marigi in the corner of the hall. He knew that although Marigi was one of the few elders from Persia in the kingdom, and usually seemed to be alone in the Senate, He was in fact a liaison between the former mercenary elders and the other elders. Of course, behind him stood the king's Devers. Therefore, in today's 3 consecutive questions focused on his most outstanding achievements in the 6 years he was in Annona. Obviously, these were instructions from the Devers. He suppressed his gratitude towards the king of the Devers and said as calmly as possible, "Although the Temple of Hades in Annona is not under the jurisdiction of the City Hall, the City Hall has also tried its best to help the development of the Temple of Hades, such as selling grain and herbs to the temple at a very low price every time, and even providing labor and doctors when the temple is short of manpower. As for the Campanians and Simonians who enter Annona, we have done a lot of guidance, so that they can seek help from the temple when they are in trouble. Over the years, the Temple of Hades has helped countless outsiders who are hungry, homeless, sick, and in all kinds of difficulties. After they returned to their mother country with gratitude, they built many small Hades altars in Pompeii, Naples, Sorrentum, and even some tribes of Simonians. Pompeii even began to hold a celebration of the Hades on September 9th every year with Annona. What is slightly different about the Simonians is that they not only began to believe in the Hades, but they also began to respect Hercules. Therefore, not only did Annona build the Temple of Hades in the town of Barbaria, but it also built the Temple of Hercules. Every year, during the celebration of Hercules on May 20th, many Simonians would come to Barbaria to actively participate in the Hercules competition and other competitions. After the assists finished speaking, Plesines immediately said, "Thank you, Lord Assists, for your help all these years, so that the faith of the Hades can quickly spread in central Italy." After Plesines sat down, another elder stood up. This was Elder Brudi Crelu. As a young elder, his question was not so polite. "Lord Assists, as far as I know, before you took office, Annona's territory was full of forests, and huge trees could be seen everywhere. But during the 6 years that you were in power, almost all the trees in the territory were cut down. Don't you think that this is a little too much?" Assist smiled and replied, "Thank you, Lord Crelu, for your concern for the environment around Annona. I would like to explain this question. First of all, the cutting down of the trees in Annona was approved by the Ministry of Agriculture, and it was not a violation of the law." As he spoke, he looked at the Minister of Agriculture, Bucos. 10 years ago, Bucos had resigned from his position as the Agriculture Minister because of the Polixis case. The person who took over the position, Bagalipi, died of illness a few years later. At that time, the agriculture of the kingdom was at its busiest. Great Greece had accepted too many new citizens, and their work in the fields needed guidance and supervision. The newly acquired land in Messapi and Pacetti urgently needed planning and reasonable distribution. Therefore, the Ministry of Agriculture was in urgent need of a capable leader. Devers once again appointed Bucos. Under his persuasion, Bucos once again returned to this familiar yet unfamiliar position, and had stayed until now. Chapter 600. Thank you, Lord Bucos, for your explanation. The assists continued. Actually, if Lord Crero were to investigate in Annona, he would realize that we only cut down the trees that grew on the plains. We didn't cut down any trees in the mountains. Why did we cut down the trees on the plains? After Annona was occupied by the Samni, they didn't reclaim the land, causing the forest to extend all the way to the sea. The Samni are used to living in the mountains and forests, but we, the people of Dionia, can't. We need arable land to grow crops. If we don't cut down the trees and clear the wasteland, there won't be any arable land in Annona. We can't rely on livestock to feed the growing population of Annona. If we buy crops from outside, the price will be high, and the lives of the people will be greatly affected. Would they still be willing to live in Annona when there are plenty of arable land in other parts of the kingdom? In that case, to maintain our presence in Annona, the kingdom has to pay a high price, and it's not worth it. Besides, Annona is close to the Sauron Peninsula, and its territory is mainly in the south, dozens of miles away from Poseidonia. If there's no land road connecting it, it's not convenient to connect it to the port by sea. Building a road also requires cutting down the trees. More importantly, the assists looked around and said in a low voice, "Although the Samni were defeated by us in the war 10 years ago and had no choice but to become an ally of the kingdom, we can't let our guard down. Recently, I heard that the Khatini have started to attack the Campanian alliance again. Enona is far from the center of the kingdom, and it's in an unfamiliar land. We must ensure that transportation is convenient. If there's an accident, our army can arrive in time. Our soldiers are better at displaying their power on the plains, while the Samni are good at fighting in the mountains and forests. Cutting down the trees on the plains is also to ensure the safety of Enona." After the assists finished speaking, the elders began to whisper to each other. The news of the Khatini attacking the Campanian alliance had been reported to Turiai by a Neapolitan envoy a few days ago. Although the elders did not think that the Samni would dare to break the treaty and declare war on the kingdom, they were still satisfied with the assists' proactive approach. Kreru had nothing to say. Devers nodded slightly. After so many years of training, assists had indeed grown up. At this moment, Marigi stood up and said politely, "I have a question." "Of course. It's not within your authority, Lord Assists, but I still want to consult you. With your 6 years of experience in Enona, I hope you can give me some suggestions on how to break Carthage's trade monopoly on Sardinia and Corsica." There was a commotion in the venue. Clearly, this question was a bit too much. But looking at Marigi's eager eyes, Assists turned around and looked at the Devers, who were sitting steadily on the chair. The Devers nodded at him. Assists knew that he could not refuse this question, so he pondered for a while before saying, "I remember that the agreement we signed with Carthage states that Dionia's merchant ships are not allowed to trade on the southern Iberian Peninsula, Sardinia, and Corsica. The best way to change Carthage's monopoly on the trade of these two large islands and obtain a large amount of precious metals is to revise the agreement with Carthage and let them agree to us trading with these two islands. But I think this is basically impossible because the trade between the southern tip of the Iberian Peninsula and these two islands are the two most important trade markets that support Carthage's prosperity. The Carthage will never give up on them. 100 years ago, Carthage took the initiative to launch 2 naval wars because the Greeks coveted Sardinia and won both times. If we don't have the intention to tear up the agreement and start a war with Carthage, it's better not to provoke it." After Assists finished his warning, everyone shook their heads in disappointment. This answer was no different from the answers of the other elders in the past. Then, Assists changed the topic. "However, although Carthage has an agreement with us and has similar requirements for the Phoenicians in Sardinia and Corsica, no matter how developed Carthage's goods are, it is impossible for them to produce everything to meet the needs of the Phoenicians on these two islands. For example, I heard that the Sardinians prefer the pottery of Athens to the pottery of Carthage. So Carthage buys the pottery of Athens and then resells it to the Sardinians. Naturally, the price is higher. Moreover, many goods are transported from Carthage to Sardinia and Corsica. The longer distance causes the transportation costs to increase, and the price of the goods also increases. If we sell the same goods that they need in the markets of Enona, Poseidonia, and Picassus at a more suitable price, I believe that it will attract the Phoenician merchants of the two islands to buy them. Now, they can occasionally be seen in the market of Enona, and I believe that this will attract more people. However, even if it can be achieved, it will not be a large-scale trade, especially when it comes to precious metals. After all, the Phoenician cities on these islands rely heavily on Carthage, and it is impossible for them to do anything that will harm the interests of Carthage. Thank you for your answer." Marigi sat down with a happy expression. Assists' suggestion confirmed his thoughts. After him, a few other elders raised questions, and Assists smoothly answered them one by one. Since Assists was a mercenary and married a Lacanian, and his uncle Antonios was one of the leaders of the elders in Sicily, the Assists had connections with several large groups of the elders. Therefore, the elders would not make things difficult for him and set up obstacles for him to report his work. Seeing that the questions were coming to an end, Assists was about to heave a sigh of relief when a familiar voice came from behind him. "I have a question for you." Assist's heart tightened. He quickly turned around and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, please ask." The elders in the hall pricked up their ears. The Devers asked casually, "What do the Campanians think of the people of Rome?" The people of Rome? Only a few elders were unfamiliar with this name. Antonio's heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. It seemed that the Devers did not deliberately target Assists. Although he quarreled with his nephew last night, Assist's words still reminded him. So he began to pay attention to the Devers' every move today. He also began to avoid arousing suspicion and did not ask Assist's questions. "Your Majesty, in my contact with the Campanians, they rarely talk about this Latin city-state in the north. After all, there are Volsci and other Latin city-states between Rome and Campania. Moreover, Rome's sea trade is not developed, and there are very few trade contacts with the Campanians. From this, it can be seen that they do not know much about this city-state, nor do they attach much importance to it. However, when they occasionally mention Rome, the two words barbaric and belligerent are inseparable. I can sense that the Campanians despise and are somewhat afraid of Rome. This may have something to do with the fact that Rome defeated the Celts, who invaded Etruria, and the Latins in the 3rd year of the kingdom, 390 BC. Over the years, Rome has conquered many Etrurian city-states and other Latin city-states. The Assists had been in power in Annona for 6 years, but he had never come into contact with the people of Rome. However, 3 years ago, when he was elected for the 2nd time as the governor of Annona, the Assists had mentioned Rome when they invited him to a banquet and sent him off. He had been paying attention to it, so he was fully prepared to answer this question. The Devers had sent people to collect intelligence about Rome. He knew Rome far better than the senators present. The reason why he asked this question was because he was curious about the Campanians' attitude toward the people of Rome. In the history of the previous life, the Campanians were invaded by the Simonians and finally chose to ask for help from Rome. Perhaps it was because there was no other force in the surrounding area that could help them except for Rome. In fact, I'm afraid that they have the same thoughts as the Campanians in this life. However, they have a stronger backer now. With the help of Dionia, the Simonians dare not invade them again, so they probably won't turn to Rome for help. The Devers' mind was filled with thoughts, but his face was calm as he nodded at the Assists. After the Devers asked the question, no one else in the hall raised any more questions. The rotating chairman, Cornelis, invited the Assists to return to his seat. Next, the 5 senators of the kingdom's officials' management committee would grade the Assists based on his performance in the 3 years he had been in power in Annona. Judging from the Assists' performance, he could at least be rated as good. Of course, this score was not made public. After it was reviewed by the king of the Devers, it would be archived by the committee as an important proof of appointment for the Assists in the future. The next item on the agenda, Cornelis said loudly, elect the new governor of Annona. At this point, he turned around and asked, Your Majesty, do you have a candidate in mind? This was not Cornelis's flattery. It was the custom of the Senate to elect a senior official. They first had to confirm whether the king had a candidate in mind. If there was, they would bring it up for discussion. If everyone thought that the candidate was suitable, then it would be decided. If most people thought that the candidate was not suitable, the king could be replaced. This was the privilege of the king of Dionia, but the Devers rarely used it. They knew that if they always acted alone, they would be hated by others. Besides, they could privately inform the Malians to achieve their goal. There was no need to be so obvious. I do not have a candidate. The Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest and said seriously, However, the requirements for the position of governor of Annona are different from those of other cities. As the northernmost city in the kingdom, on one hand, the successor needs to be able to handle the relationship with the Campanians and Simonians and continue to increase their goodwill toward the kingdom. At the same time, the successor needs to continue to develop Annona into the hub of the kingdom's maritime trade with central and northern Italy. In addition, due to the complicated origins of the people in Annona. Due to the different customs and habits, conflicts and disputes are not uncommon. This is a test of the successor's governance ability. The senators who wish to apply to be a candidate, as well as the senators who are in charge of the election, must consider carefully before making a decision. Chapter 601. Now, the senators who want to be the governor of Annona, please sign up. As soon as Cornelius finished speaking, someone quickly stood up and said in a loud voice, "I want to run." The Devers narrowed their eyes slightly. It was Myron, the former chief general of Crotone, who had once fought with the Devers. After Crotone merged into the kingdom of Dionia, he first assisted Cornelius, the governor of Crotone at that time, in rebuilding Ciudad Crotone. He then held several middle-level positions in Ciudad Crotone: construction officer, agricultural officer, administrative adjutant, after Dionia conquered Masapi. Because of Myron's outstanding performance in Crotone, the Devers personally appointed Myron as the governor of Udir, the central town of Masapi, to show their complete trust in him. Myron did not disappoint. After taking office, he was swift and decisive, quelling several riots and finding out several tribes who were unwilling to surrender, including the family of Pachimeris. Pachimeris died suddenly shortly after the defeat in the Battle of Brindisi. There were different opinions about the cause of his death. Some thought that he committed suicide because he felt that the future of Masapi was hopeless. Some said that his family assassinated him in order to seize power, and some thought that the other tribes in Udir had long been dissatisfied with his dictatorship and took the opportunity to kill him. Myron showed no mercy to them. He either executed them, imprisoned, or expelled them, causing the order in the entire Udir region to be strict. Even the people in the nearby towns of Masapi became much more well-behaved. Half a year ago, Myron ended his term and returned to Turiai. He did not ask for another term. At this moment, Myron applied to go to Annona, but the Devers were not very optimistic about him. After all, what Annona needed was a senator who could handle the relationship with Campania and Samonay, and who was politically flexible and tough. Myron, who was called the executioner by some of the people of Udir, was too radical. At this time, another senator stood up from the crowd. Adrianx. The eyes of the Devers blinked again. After the Southern War, many city-states merged into the kingdom of Dionia. Although the Senate had absorbed many new senators from these city-states, they could not be sent out immediately to manage a city independently. This was because their loyalty needed to be verified, and they did not understand the political system and laws of Dionia, so they needed some time to familiarize themselves with it. However, there were not many senior senators in the Senate, so these new senators became the majority. Therefore, the Senate urgently promoted many outstanding mid-level public officials to become senators, such as assists, Olivers, Matones, Geogres, Sexlian, aristocrates, Ferkilian, and even Madicris, Mentodicels, Stesicordas, and so on from the Dionia Academy. But at that time, there weren't many elders who had the experience of being a city administrator, and there were many cities within the kingdom that needed to be filled by the elders. For this reason, Divers and Cunigurata had no choice but to mobilize the former mercenary elders to take up the heavy responsibility, volunteering to be the administrators of these new territories and using the newly promoted elders as assistants. This way, the old elders would learn to govern and practice, and the new elders would understand the workings of the kingdom's system through assistance. Divers believed that this was a win-win situation, and that was why there were many situations like Antonius became the administrator of Naxos, Alexis governed Annona, and Hyros took over Rockley. Although there were some problems, overall, it was a good way to ensure the stability of the kingdom of Dionia and the good functioning of the political system. Adrianx was also one of the senators who was forced to do more than he could chew. Because of the incident where he became a laughingstock in the Isthmus tournament, he learned from it and strengthened his study of knowledge and culture. He even went to the Dionia Academy to listen to Lysias' eloquence. Therefore, when he became the first governor, he did not ask the Senate to send a new senator from a local town to assist him. Of course, this town that was newly annexed to the kingdom was the easiest to manage. Castellan, a small town next to Turin, had always been influenced by Daionia. Its people admired Daionia, which made Castellan, which had not yet joined Daionia, look like a satellite town of Turin. Therefore, Adrianx successfully governed Castellan for 3 years. His greatest achievement in Castellan was to lay the foundation for Castellan to become a real satellite town of Turin. The other satellite town of Turin was Abyssinia. From the convenience of transportation to the expansion of the port, to letting the people of Castellan join Turin's city rugby and football matches, and so on, Adrianx made a lot of efforts. He also wrote several letters to the Senate to apply for the transformation of the tidal flat north of Castellan into a military port, and invited the first fleet of Daionia to settle there. At that time, it coincided with the expansion of the urban area of Turin, and the temporary military port, built downstream of the Cretae River for the war in southern Italy, was no longer suitable for the fleet to dock. Adrianx took the initiative to provide a place for the fleet, which was equivalent to asking for funds from the Senate to transform the troublesome tidal flat for free. At the same time, he also promoted the development of the port of Castellan and small businesses. Later, due to the continuous expansion of Daionia's territory and the strategic needs of the kingdom, the main force of the First Fleet later moved to the main port of Tarentum. However, the military port of Castellan was still one of the important military ports in the Taranto Bay, so the people of Castellan still remembered his good deeds. Later, Adrianx was transferred to the governor of Heraclea, another great Greek city-state that had long been under his control. It was not difficult for Adrianx to govern, but he was not idle either. During his 3 years in office, he led the people to dredge the river, build bridges, and fill in the swamps. By the time he left, the annual floods suffered by the people of Heraclea had been greatly reduced. Then he became the governor of Ugentum. Ugentum was a seaport town in the Messapi region, across the sea from Cremissa. Due to the small population in the city and the frequent sea trade with the Greek city-states in Magna Graecia, the people of Ugentum were not as wary of the Greeks as the people of Ordiere. Therefore, Adrianx's administration did not encounter any major problems. He took advantage of Ugentum's geographical location close to the Taranto Bay and Ordiere to vigorously expand the port and build the road to Ordiere, making Ugentum a transit point between Turin and Ordiere. Because Turin, Ugentum, Ordiere had become the most convenient route, usually only a day's journey, thus bringing benefits to the people of Ugentum. Adrianx's achievements as the governor 3 times were dazzling. The kingdom's officials' management committee gave him excellent marks for his administrative work during his tenure, and they also said that he was good at town construction and could improve the lives of the people. However, Enona's situation was more complicated than Castellan, Heraclea, and Ugentum. The Devers were not sure if Adrianx could handle it well. Then another senator raised his hand. Most of the senators around him had a complicated look on their faces. It was Nicomachus, the senator from Lochley. During the Great Hellenic War, Lochley, as a city-state in Magna Graecia, became an accomplice of Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. It was also rumored that Lochley was once suspected of assassinating the Devers. Therefore, the people of Lochley became the rats on the streets and were spurned by the people of Magna Graecia. After Lochley surrendered to Daionia, in order to stabilize this once powerful Magna Graecia and its allies, several senators with high prestige in the Council of Lochley were elected as senators of Daionia. Nicomachus, who was the first to propose the surrender to Demidoras, was naturally one of them. Nicomachus and Myron stayed in Lochley to assist Helos in governing Lochley. The people of Lochley quickly accepted the rule of Daionia. This was partly due to Nicomachus' efforts. Of course, it was also because the culture of Lochley was compatible with Daionia. Because the people of Lochley regarded Persephone, the wife of Pluto, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love, as the patron saints of the city, they had a natural sense of closeness to the people of Daionia. In addition, the harsh laws of Lochley made it easier for the people of Lochley to obey authority. In the 6th year of Daionia, the Devers appointed Nicomachus as the governor of Odrum. Odrum was also a coastal city in the Masapi region. Unlike Ugentum, Odrum was located at the southeast end of the Italian peninsula. Because of the fertile land around it, the town had a large population. Moreover, it was located at the exit of the Adriatic Sea. It was the closest place in the Italian peninsula to the mainland of Greece. 200 miles across the Adriatic Sea was the famous island of Kerkyra. Therefore, Odrum was also the town in the Masapi region most influenced by Greek culture. Sometimes merchants from Athens and merchants from Pythias, who represented the people of Sparta, could even be seen operating in its port. After the people of Masapi were conquered, Odrum became the second most turbulent city after Uti. This showed how difficult it was to govern. However, within 3 years of Nicomachus taking office, the political situation in Odrum was stable, and the people gradually submitted to him. This showed how capable he was. In fact, the Devers thought that Nicomachus was the best candidate for the governor of Annona. However, he had stated in advance that he would not appoint a candidate. Therefore, the possibility of Nicomachus being elected was slim, because the people of Lochley were not welcomed by the Greek senators. There was another senator who participated in the election. He was from Sicily, but unlike the other Sicilian senators, he came from Syracuse. Chapter 602. When the Devers learned of this, they sent messengers to negotiate. Syracuse was under a low roof and had no choice but to lower its head. How could it dare to disagree? In the end, nearly 3,000 people left Syracuse at once, and the leader was Terrace. These thousands of people did not go to Leontini. Most of them came to Cadanae under Terrace's persuasion. At that time, Cadanae occupied almost half of the Cadanae plains and was short of manpower. Of course, it accepted them without hesitation. As the leader of these 2,000 people, Terrace eventually became a senator of Dionia. However, Terrace did not like to stay with the other senators of Sicily. Instead, he was closer to the former mercenary senators. He used to be an inspector of Turiae and also served in the Ministry of Military Affairs. He was able to put down his pride as a senator and actively participated in the military training in the barracks. In the end, he even became a captain of the Turiae army's reserve team. In the 5th year of Dionia, he became the governor of Nudum. 3 years passed peacefully without any particularly outstanding performance. After all, Nudum was the first Lucanian territory to be incorporated into the Dioria alliance. The successive governors had poured their heart and soul into it. Whether it was the system, agriculture, trade, or public construction, they were all developed well. He only needed to follow the rules. At the end of his term, the evaluation of the kingdom's officials' management committee was good. However, the Devers found that the people of Nudum were actually reluctant to see him leave. This was a little special. One had to know that Terrace had always been in Sicily and did not have the opportunity to interact with the Lucanians. However, he was able to treat the Greeks and Lucanians equally in Nudum. This was especially rare. Therefore, the Devers once again appointed him as the governor of Vigo City. During his term, this characteristic of his was once again displayed in the eyes of the Brudi people. Therefore, although he had only left office less than 2 months ago, the Devers still felt that he was a suitable candidate to succeed Nicomachus as the next governor of Annona. What was going on today? The position of the governor of Annona actually attracted 4 outstanding senators to compete for it. This made the Devers even more excited. After confirming the names of the 4 candidates to the elders, Cornelis announced the start of the voting. Each elder cut out a small piece of papyrus they carried with them and wrote down the name of the elder they wanted to vote for. Then, according to the order, they walked to the wooden table in front of Cornelis, where a large ballot box was placed. Supreme Censor Sesta and Supreme Judge Tritodemus stood by the side to supervise, mainly to prevent the elders from cheating. Of course, there were some senators who were illiterate. They would raise their hands, and a keeper and an inspector would come to their side. The keeper would write down the name that the senator whispered on a piece of paper, and the inspector would make sure that he didn't make any mistakes. For an illiterate elder, Asking someone else to write on his behalf in front of so many people was actually a very awkward thing. After experiencing it once or twice, they would often take the initiative to find a teacher to learn how to read and write in order to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. For example, most of the former mercenary elders had gotten rid of the title of illiteracy because of this reason. And now the elders in the hall who could not read Greek were mainly from the Pachetti, who were the latest to enter the Senate. After the votes were tallied, the one with the most votes was Adrianx, followed by Terrace, then Myron, and finally Nicomachus. This was completely in line with the Devers' prediction. Without his secret interference, the former mercenary elders, as the largest group of the elders, would mostly vote for their comrade Adrianx, who was on good terms with everyone. As for Nicomachus, even after 10 years, the resentment of the other elders of the Greek cities towards the Locrians had not completely disappeared. Otherwise, the difference in votes between him and the other three wouldn't be so great. It was completely out of line with his ability. The Devers sighed and looked at Nicomachus, but there was no dejection on his face. It was obvious that he had expected this. When the Devers announced that Adrianx would be the new chief executive of Annona, he stood up and expressed his gratitude to the Devers. At the same time, he also expressed his gratitude to the other elders. According to the requirements of the Senate and the itinerary from Turiae to Annona, Adrianx had to arrive in Annona within 8 days to take up his post. This time frame wasn't too tight, but it wasn't too generous either. Before he left, he still had to go to the palace to listen to some of the suggestions that the king, the Devers, had given him, as well as some tasks and requirements. At the same time, he had to understand the details of Annona from the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Military Affairs, the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Commerce, and other important officials of the kingdom. Of course, he could also make some requests to the Devers and the various ministers, such as applying for some funds or transferring a few middle and lower-level officials from various departments that he felt were trustworthy. Whether or not he would be able to do so depended on whether the Devers and the ministers agreed to it. Finally, he had to obtain a letter of office with the king's seal and signature before he could leave. Otherwise, when he arrived in Annona without an official document, the local officials wouldn't listen to his commands. Although the Devers didn't think that Adrianx was the most suitable candidate to be the chief executive of Annona, Adrianx's performance over the past 10 years had already exceeded their expectations and given them many surprises. Therefore, they still had high expectations for his future performance. Sirs, does anyone else have an important proposal to make? Cornelius asked loudly. No one in the hall responded, and the atmosphere became somewhat quiet. The Devers waited for a while before getting ready to return to the palace. Over the years, he had gradually begun to separate the internal affairs of the kingdom from the various bills that the Senate reviewed, passed, and established Ionia, and transferred them to the palace to handle. Other than the election of new senators, the election of important officials, the discussion of important bills, the establishment of new bills, wars, foreign affairs, and other important matters, he would attend the great assembly hall to make the final decision. Other than that, he would spend the rest of his time in the office of the palace, handling the complicated affairs of the kingdom. When the Devers left, senators like Marigi, Merces, and Felicius, who held important positions in the kingdom, would also get up and leave for the palace to handle their affairs. This was because there was no telling when the Devers would send someone to ask them about one of the matters that they were in charge of. Laodigian anxiously nudged Antonios, who was beside him, with his hand, signaling for him to get up and speak. However, Antonios remained seated. Seeing that the Devers had already stood up, Laodigian couldn't help but stand up abruptly. Your Majesty, I have a proposal to make. Please wait a moment. Antonios hurriedly turned his head and warned him in a low voice. Laodigian, didn't I tell you not to mention this today? Sit down. Laodigian ignored him and remained standing. The Devers revealed a playful expression and slowly sat down. What important proposal does Lord Laodigian have to say? Your Majesty, the new chief executive of Annona has just been elected, Laodigian said anxiously. Why not take this opportunity to elect a new chief executive of Naxos? Lord Strompoli's term ends in 4 days. Laodigian, what do you mean by that? Strompoli hasn't returned yet. And you want to elect the next chief executive of Naxos? Tritodmos shouted in dissatisfaction. As they were both from Amandalera and had worked together for so many years, he had a good relationship with Strompoli. Seeing that Tritodmos was unhappy, Laodigian immediately explained with a smile. Lord Tritodmos, didn't Lord Strompoli write to the Senate that he will not run for the position of the next chief executive of Naxos? We can choose a successor here and hand it over to him as soon as possible. That way he can leave Naxos in peace. He has worked so hard for 3 years. There have been many such examples in the past. Lord Laodigian is quite concerned about his hometown. His plan is very thoughtful. Before Tritodmos could speak, the Devers interrupted with a smile. But even if Strompoli leaves Naxos for 10 or 20 days, Naxos will not have a chief executive. There are still a few deputy executives. Naxos will not be in any trouble, so you don't have to be too anxious. Your Majesty, you are right. Laodigian braced himself and said, It's just that if we can shorten this period of time, wouldn't it be safer? You are right. The Devers nodded and suddenly laughed. Safer? But what is safer? Antonios, who had been paying attention to the Devers, felt a little uneasy. Laodigian was stunned by the strange question of the Devers and did not know how to answer for a moment. Lord Laodigian, as a senator, you should look at the whole kingdom, not just your hometown. The Devers' tone was very light, but he usually addressed the senators by their names. It was rare for him to use the honorific lord like this, so the senators in the hall all felt that something was wrong. The Devers then said in a serious tone, The election of the new chief executive of Naxos will wait for Strompoli to return. If Strompoli has something important to deal with, we can even approve him to postpone his term. All right, that's all. After that, the Devers no longer paid attention to Laodigian. Before leaving his seat, he cast a meaningful glance at Antonios, which made the latter's heart beat wildly. His Majesty should know about that. Chapter 603. The two races, who originally shared the same ancestor, had an irreconcilable hatred for each other because of the river. When the Pacetti, under the leadership of King Tremoni, put aside their old prejudices and formed an alliance with the Messapi, the Pacetti's power grew rapidly. They quickly recaptured the city of Canusian, which they had lost previously. They even crossed the Orfanto River several times to invade the lands on the north bank. While the Downey people were worried about their increasingly powerful opponents in the south, shocking news came from the south 6 years ago. The Pacetti, their mortal enemy, was defeated by a kingdom called Dionia, and their king, Tremoni, was killed in battle. A few years later, the vast territory of the Pacetti had completely changed owners. Although the Downey people knew that Dionia was a powerful kingdom, and that the whole of southern Italy was its territory, they had always been calm about it. Some of the Downey people even considered the Dionia as their friends, because Dionia had fought the Pacetti many times in the past, and even defeated the Messapi coalition 7 years ago. However, when the Dionia conquered the Pacetti and expanded their territory to the south bank of the Orfanto River, the Downey people finally panicked. When the Downey ambassador entered the grand hall of Turiae, the king of Dionia received him warmly and readily agreed to sign a 2-year peace treaty with the Downey people. The Downey people put down their worries and spent the next 2 years in peace. When they proposed to renew the treaty again, this time the Senate of Dionia made a request. They wanted the Downey people to give the land on the north bank of the Orfanto River to Dionia. The reason was that the Pacetti people had always insisted that the land originally belonged to them, but was later seized by the Downey people. Now that the Pacetti people had become a part of the kingdom of Dionia, Dionia had a reason to seek justice for its citizens. Of course, the Downey people could not agree to this request, so the renewal of the treaty failed, the negotiations broke down, and the war broke out. As a Pacetti, The changes that Elams had experienced and witnessed over the years were far greater than what he had experienced in the first half of his peaceful life. More than 10 years ago, King Tremoni launched the largest attack on the Downey people, but suffered a crushing defeat and lost the important town of Canusian on the south bank of the Orfanto River. That was the most difficult period that Elams had ever experienced. Not only was there a lack of food, but he also had to worry about the Downey people's further invasion. Fortunately, Tremoni recognized the reality and took the initiative to sign a truce with the Downey people, and soon formed an alliance with Masapi. Not only did they obtain half of Brindisi city, but they also defeated the Tarantum army. Just when Elams and his comrades thought that their good days were coming, the army of Dionia appeared. In the Battle of the Anlern Hills, Elams and his comrades were defeated by the Dionia people, even though they had the geographical advantage. Although the losses were not great, they made the brave people fear Dionia and forced the Masapi people to sign a truce with Tarantum. Only then did the Dionia people leave Apria. Both the Pachetti people and the Masapi people breathed a sigh of relief. In the following years, with the help of the Masapi people and the nourishment of Brindisi's sea trade, the Pachetti people gradually recovered their strength. King Tremoni could not wait to launch another war against the Downey people. Elams also picked up his weapon and went to the battlefield. This time they won and recaptured the city of Canusian, driving the Downey people back to the north bank of the Orfanto River. Just as Tremoni was about to lead the army to continue to attack the north bank of the Orfanto River, the Masapi people sent messengers, inviting their king to send troops to attack Tarantum. It turned out that Tarantum foolishly tore up the alliance with Dionia and even sent troops to attack Dionia. As a result, they suffered a crushing defeat, and almost all the soldiers who went to the expedition did not manage to escape. Moreover, the Dionia people were attacked by another force that was stronger than them, and it was hard to say whether they could win or not. Even the ordinary people thought that this was a great opportunity, so of course King Tremoni readily agreed to the Masapi people's proposal. When the news spread, Elams and his compatriots cheered. After all, the Tarantum people were much easier to defeat than the Downey people, and they were also richer than the Downey people. Elams once again went to war with the army. As expected, the Masapi people easily occupied a large area of Tarantum's land and advanced to the city of Tarantum. Although besieging the city was a headache, they had 40,000 troops, and there were not many Tarantum soldiers in the city. Elams saw with his own eyes that there were even old people and young people on the city wall as soldiers to defend against their attack. When Elams and his comrades saw this situation, they were confident that they could eventually take down the city of Tarantum. However, after more than 10 days of continuous attacks, the city of Tarantum still stood firm. Especially in the end, a strange phenomenon occurred. Every time the attack reached dusk, they felt that the Tarantum people were almost unable to resist. Many times the soldiers of the Masapi people rushed to the top of the city wall. But by the next day, the defenders at the top of the city wall seemed to have changed, full of fighting spirit and strength. At this time, there was also a news in the camp that the people of Dionia had completely defeated their enemy, and someone saw a messenger from Dionia enter the main tent of the Masapi people. Elams later learned that the messenger came to give an ultimatum, asking them to withdraw immediately, because Tarantum had become a free city of Dionia. Until now, Elams had no idea what a free city was, but he knew that King Tremoni and the archons of Masapi must have been very unwilling to give up. That was why they launched a large-scale siege the next day. However, the number of guards at the top of the city wall of Tarantum had almost doubled. The final result was, of course, a failure. The actions of the Masapi people obviously angered the people of Dionia, and soon the next day, bad news came. Their joint fleet was attacked by the Dionia navy in the Taranto Bay, and only 5 warships escaped from the battlefield. King Tremoni and the Masapi people finally decided to retreat before the army of Dionia returned to Turiai. When the news came, Elams and his comrades breathed a sigh of relief. They were tired of constantly climbing the city wall. but they could not fight the enemy face to face. Deep down, they did not want to fight the terrible people of Dionia. In the next few years, Elams lived a very peaceful life, except for occasionally crossing the river with the tribal leaders to attack the daily people. But he knew that King Tremoni and the big shots were not comfortable. Although Dionia had always maintained that they did not offend Pacetti, they had repeatedly refused the request of Pacetti and the Messapi messenger to form an alliance or sign a friendly agreement with Dionia. Elams could clearly feel the uneasiness of the tribal leaders. Not only did they summon the people for military training more often, but they even forced people like him, who were over 35 years old and had begun to decline, to participate. The judgment of the king and the leaders was not wrong. For years after the siege of Tarentum, Dionia declared war on Pacetti and Messapi. The reason for the declaration of war was to seek justice for the two races for tearing up the armistice agreement and joining forces to attack Tarentum. Elams was amused every time he thought about it. Didn't Tarentum also tear up the armistice agreement and attack Dionia? Dionia actually wanted to seek justice for Tarentum. But thinking about it, Tarentum had become a city of the kingdom of Dionia. Of course, the people of Dionia could only target their revenge on Pacetti and Messapi, who were still independent. Elams, who was almost 40 years old, was inspired by the slogan, "Defend the homeland," like his former comrades. So he picked up his shield and spear again and rushed to the front line. After a period of preparation, rendezvous, marching, reconnaissance, small-scale battles, the Messapi coalition finally decided to fight the people of Dionia in the territory of Brindisi. Elams would never forget the scene of that day. The Messapi coalition had indeed made careful preparations in the past few years. The number of soldiers was as high as 60,000. It was a huge army that Elams had never seen in his life. The soldiers lined up from north to south, stretching as far as the eye could see. On the opposite side, the number of Dionia soldiers was even more, and they were all wearing the same armor and weapons. They stood there quietly, like hard black reefs by the sea, daunting. The warriors of Pacetti and Messapi were never good at defense, so when the horn was blown, everyone roared and charged forward then. Waves and waves of arrows came from the opposite side, as if there would be no end to it. Then came the more powerful rain of javelins. Elams watched as his comrades around him were shot and fell to the ground. The originally thick army formation was shot with holes, like the bark of a tree that had been bitten by insects and ants. Then he heard the enemy roar in unison and began to charge. Like the dark clouds before a storm, he was so nervous that he almost stopped breathing and his palms were sweaty. The two armies collided and engaged in a bloody battle. The young and vigorous warriors of the Pacetti army at the front of the formation constantly attacked the steel formation built by the soldiers of Dionia with their blood and courage. However, like the raging reefs of the sea, their efforts were in vain. After more than half an hour, the Dionia army did not move, but they were slowly retreating. Elams, who was in the rear, could hear from the noisy killing sounds that most of the screams came from the mouths of the Pacetti soldiers. So he was terrified. Chapter 604. He was glad that he did not blindly follow some people into Brindisi at that time, but fled north to his hometown, because within a few days Brindisi had fallen. Later, he heard that during the battle, more legions of Dionia appeared from both flanks and circled around the Messapi and Pacetti legions. The cavalry of the Mekpo alliance was also defeated by the two cavalry legions of Dionia. From the beginning to the end, the Mekpo alliance had no chance of winning at all, and they were almost completely surrounded and annihilated. It was said that at the end of the battle, King Tremoni shouted, "Devers of Dionia, do you dare to fight me? Do you dare to fight me?" He led his elite guards to the center of the Dionia army where the royal flag was, but they were surrounded by the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, and all of them died in battle. Hearing the news of the king's death, Helms could not help but sigh. He believed that the Pacetti soldiers who had experienced that battle would not have the courage to fight against the Dionia. The Pacetti people spent the next 2 years in fear. Because of the matter of who would succeed the new king, several important towns and tribes in Pacheti were in constant dispute, and there were even many small battles during this process. News came from the south from time to time. Manduria has been captured by the Daionia. Ugentum has surrendered to Daionia. Odrum has been captured. Udi has been captured. Helms, who was already in his 40s, knew that the Daionia would soon set foot on the territory of Pacheti, and with the current chaos in the territory, it was impossible to stop the legion of Dionysia from advancing, even for a moment. Sure enough, when the legion of Dionysia poured into Pacheti one by one, the Pacheti, who claimed to be fiercer than the Messapi, performed much worse than the Messapi. Blera surrendered, Silvium surrendered, Barium surrendered, Venusia surrendered, and finally Canusian, where Helms lived, also surrendered in less than 4 months. The Daionia had completely conquered the entire territory of Pacheti, but this was not a bad thing. Too many people had died in Pacheti. Helms and the other people watched with mixed feelings as the heavily armed soldiers of the legion of Dionysia escorted the new ruler of the city into the city. Then the people of Daionia gathered the people of Canusian in the square. Agathia was the name of the governor of Canusian. He first comforted the people of Canusian not to be afraid, because they were already citizens of Daionia and would be protected by the laws of Daionia. No one would dare to hurt them. Then he began to read the new decree of the kingdom of Daionia, the content of which was still remembered by Helms. All the tribes of Pacheti in the territory of Canusian must be disbanded. Every Canusian will have independent freedom, other than being under the jurisdiction of the administration of Daionia and obeying the laws of the kingdom of Daionia. You will no longer be governed by any other organization. You will obtain land that truly belongs to you, and you will only have to pay 1% tax every year. Other than military service, no one will force you to do any additional labor. At that time, Helms, like everyone else, thought he had heard wrongly. However, the next move of the people of Daionia proved that they were not empty words. They issued an official document to all the tribes in the territory of Canusian. First, they asked the tribes to hand over the land they occupied and hand it over to the city hall for redistribution. Second, they asked all the people to register at the city hall registry. Helms knew how much shock this official document had caused to the tribes in Canusian. In just 3 days, there were 6 riots and disturbances in the territory of Canusian, but they were quickly quelled by the powerful Dionysian army. Batches of leaders and nobles who led the riots were escorted to the square to be beheaded. It was like this for a few days in a row. People were killed and blood was everywhere. The same scene was happening in other Pacheti towns. This bloody massacre had also killed the courage of the Pacheti people. Due to the continuous riots in the Messapi tribes during the process of Daonia's conquest of Messapi, the Devers and the Senate realized that the Messapi were different from the Lacanians and the Brudi. Moreover, the strong strength of Daionia had given the Devers enough confidence to make them decide not to use the subtle and slow method of disintegrating the indigenous tribes. Instead, they would cut the Gordian knot and completely eliminate the Pacheti people who were more distant from the influence of Greek culture than the ferocious Messapi people and had the possibility of rebelling against the rule of Daionia. Obviously, the Devers had overestimated the ferocity of the Pacheti people. Not long after the riots were quelled, the leaders of the Pacheti tribes rushed to the city hall to pledge their loyalty, including the leader of Helms' tribe. A few days later, Helms and his family, who had been registered as citizens of Daionia, were given a new piece of land. Helms, who had lived in a tribe for the first half of his life, felt lost and a little excited at the same time. He was lost because he had suddenly lost the support of his tribe. He felt a little frightened and helpless. He was excited because he was free from the constraints of his tribe. He felt a sense of freedom. As a tribal warrior, he originally owned land, but he only needed to pay a small tax every year for the newly acquired land, and he was exempted from taxes for the next 3 years. The law of 3 years of tax exemption reduced the dissatisfaction of the Pacheti people towards Daionia. More than 2 years had passed under the rule of Daionia, and the city of Canusian had changed a lot. The only thing that had not changed was the Lycaean temple, which was still standing in the city. Every year, many people still went there to worship, but the number was decreasing. More and more people began to worship Hades from Greece, and his temple was not far from the Lycaean temple. Because the priests of the temple of Hades could treat the people's illnesses for free, and they had good medical skills, they were also willing to help their believers who were in trouble. Compared to the priests of the Lycaean temple, they were much more approachable. The young people of Canusium, including Helm's children, were fond of the rugby and soccer games invented by the people of Dionia. During the slack season, they played from morning to night in the open space inside and outside the city. In order to play these games, they also actively learned Greek, because their coaches were all from Dionia across the Taranto Bay. These Dionia people were the new recruits of the Legion who had participated in the conquest of Messapi and Pacheti in recent years. They were allocated land in Canusium by the Senate, and they settled down there. In the beginning, they were ostracized, resisted, and even had disputes and conflicts. However, as time went by, they were gradually accepted by the Pacheti people. First, they relied on the popular ball games in southern Italy, and second, on military training. Under the city hall's decree, the young men of Pacheti had to participate in military training, and it was these new soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia who trained them to fight and fight alongside them. Their friendship was nurtured during the training that happened once every 7 days. For Helms, the most attractive thing to him was the food of Dionia. In the past 2 years, Helms's farmland on the Orfanto River had a good harvest. Since he did not have to pay taxes, he kept enough for his own use and sold the rest of the grain in the city's market. At the same time, he would sell a few sheep that he raised every year to Christoya's restaurant in the city. The price was not low. Because of this, Helms, who had money, was often dragged by his former comrades to Christoya's restaurant for small gatherings. They drank cool beer, ate delicious food, and reminisced about the joy of fighting in the past. They complained about the changes that had happened today, and they never got tired of it. In fact, in the depths of their hearts, they admitted that today's comfortable life was much better than 2 years ago. Just as they were drinking, cursing Dionia, and looking forward to the future, a piece of news shook the peaceful Canusian city. Dionia had declared war on the Dauni. The Pacheti were happy to fight the Dauni. After all, they had been enemies for decades. However, Helms, who had just enjoyed 2 years of peace, and some of the older Pacheti, were worried that the war would cause the Pacheti, who had experienced many wars and had a sharp decline in population, to bleed again. It turned out that they were thinking too much. When the mighty army marched in from the south and built a huge military camp not far from Canusium city, Elam knew that the Pacheti would have nothing to do with the rest of the war. The Pacheti were a little unhappy. Some of the young men ran to the city hall or the training camp outside the city to protest, asking to join the war against the Dauni. Under the organization of the city hall, Helms and some other citizens set up a temporary market near the military camp to sell the daily necessities of the soldiers. The Canusians, who used to be brave and fierce, began to have a sense of business. Perhaps this was the biggest change in mindset for Helms and the others in the past 2 years. Helm's stall was near the entrance of the temporary market. It was a very good spot, and he managed to get it because he woke up early this morning. Just as he was thinking about it, deafening cheers came from the military camp. Helms was instantly refreshed. Based on yesterday's experience, this should be the end of the soldiers' training. Instantly, the peddlers in the entire market stopped chatting and strolling around. They were busy arranging their goods neatly on their stalls. Grapes, olives, boiled beef and mutton, syrup, bread, salted fish, cloth, ironware. Helms and his wife had just finished arranging their goods when they saw a group of soldiers rushing into the market. "Adoris, this is the shop I told you about. It's the very tasty syrup shop." A few soldiers stood in front of Helm's stall, surrounding a young man who was about 18 or 19 years old. Chapter 605. 1. "Oh, Paul," Helms gestured and said in stiff Greek. The young man took out a drachma from his money pouch and threw it to Helms. He then crouched down and picked up a wooden tube. It was a simple wooden cup made from hollowed out, polished, and painted from a tree trunk as thick as a fist. The cup was filled with milky white water, and it felt heavy in his hand. The young man didn't mind its simplicity. He first took a small sip. After tasting it, he was surprised. The taste is very good. You mixed sheep's milk and grape juice in the milk. You should also add honey, but this sheep's milk doesn't have any smell. How did you do it? The young man who spoke was Adoris, the adopted son of King Devers of Dionia. He was already 18 years old, and this was his first time participating in the war against Dione as a soldier. Although he was not interested in cooking, he had some experience in this area after tasting food at home all year round. Elims pretended not to understand and looked down to find change. Adoris did not ask any more questions. He took out another drachma and threw it to him. "Stop looking. Give me 10 cups of water." He looked around and said, "Brothers, you've been training hard. It's my treat. Drink some water to quench your thirst." His teammates immediately cheered. "Thank you, Adoris. Generous Adoris." Elims and his wife quickly filled the wooden cups with water and handed them to the thirsty soldiers. "I say, Prince, don't just treat your teammates to water. There's still us. We're thirsty too." A soldier shouted not far from the entrance of the market. "Prince." Elims looked at the young man in front of him curiously. In his memory, the one with the title of Prince was Vidarka, the son of the former king of Pusidi, Tremoni. Tremoni died in the Battle of Brindisi, and his direct tribal warriors were almost all killed. After the battle, the royal family's strength was greatly reduced, and Pusidi was in chaos. Vidarka had the title of Prince, but he could not become the new king because he did not have the support of any major tribes. After the invasion of Dionia, Vidarka took his family and fled to Epirus on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. The young man in front of him was tall and sturdy, with large eyes and thick eyebrows. Unfortunately, the remaining childishness on his face covered his might. Elims did not know if the title of Prince was real or fake. Adonis turned around and scolded, "Amphias, if you shout again, I'll make sure you don't drink water today." The soldier wasn't afraid. He replied with a smile, "As long as you're treating, I won't shout." Adoris glared at him, but there was nothing he could do. Back then, after the War of Southern Italy, Dionia had almost completely occupied Greece. Due to the situation and the fact that they had no choice but to rely on Dionia, they were able to rebuild their new city and regain their former prosperity. In the end, the people chose to join the kingdom of Dionia. Lysias, Myron, and the other respected counselors of Crotone were elected to become Dionia's senators. Amphias was Lysias' son. He followed his father to Tulliae and became Adoris's classmate in Tulliae Academy. When Adoris became an adult, he did not want to be taken care of too much, so he asked the Devers to join Legio IV, which was centered around Crotone. He thought that no one would recognize him. Who would have thought that he would run into Amphias in the 4th Legion? It turned out that this guy did not register himself as a citizen of Tulliae after reaching adulthood. Instead, he chose to live in Crotone, which exposed Adoris' identity. Adoris understood Amphias' shameless personality. He looked around the market, turned around, and pointed at the jar beside the stall. "How much is this jar of syrup?" Elim's heart raced. He quickly replied, 2 drachmas. "You have 15 jars here. I'll buy them all. Give any comrade who comes here a cup of syrup to drink. Can you do that?" Adoris said straightforwardly. At the same time, he counted 30 drachmas from his money pouch. "Yes, yes." Elims nodded repeatedly. An even louder cheer sounded in the market. "Long live Prince Adoris." There was a sudden shout in the midst of the cheers. "That damned Amphias." Adoris was so angry that his teeth itched. He immediately shouted, "Brothers, Amphias just told me that I'll treat you all to syrup today. When we return to Turin, he'll treat everyone to beer." "I didn't." Amphias was about to argue, but the soldiers were already shouting excitedly, "Amphias, I didn't expect you to be more generous than a Doris. Amphias, we can't wait to go to the battlefield and win. Then we'll go home and drink your beer." Laughter continued in the market. Elims was busy passing syrup to these young soldiers, while lamenting that these young soldiers were fearless and did not know the cruelty of war. It reminded him of his own youth. In the central tent of Dionia's military camp, Alexis, the commander of the army in charge of the attack on Dione, was puzzled by a letter from the Devers. The reason was that at the end of the letter, the Devers wrote, "On the north bank of the Orfanto River, where a glorious battle once took place in history, I hope that you will also obtain a glorious victory that will not lose out to your predecessors." Alexis thought about it carefully, but he could not remember any great battle that had taken place in this area. He asked the adjutant, who had graduated with honors from the Turin Academy, "Matthias, do you know of any fierce battles that took place near the Orfanto River in the past?" Matthias, the eldest son of Bagul, thought for a moment and immediately replied, "I don't know. Could it be that there was a battle that took place here a long time ago that was not recorded, and that His Majesty, as a chosen one, knew about it through Hades's enlightenment?" Alexis could only think of it this way. The encouragement in the Devers' letter gave him a sense of ambition. Of course, he didn't know that the glorious battle mentioned by Daves didn't actually happen in the past. Instead, it happened in the history of his previous life. About 10 miles to the east of Dionia's military camp, there was a place called Cannae, where the Carthaginian army was stationed. The great commander Hannibal led 50,000 troops to cross the river and engaged in a battle with the 80,000 Roman troops. Through his ingenious formation, he eventually defeated the Roman troops with a numerical disadvantage and annihilated them, creating one of the most glorious battles in the history of ancient Western warfare. This gave the Devers the urge to personally lead this battle and compete with Hannibal. In the end, he gave up. After all, the difference between Cannae and the Rome of his previous life was too great, and it was not worth his time to personally lead the battle. Divers, who wasn't very knowledgeable about history, didn't know that in the following decades in the history of his previous life, there was another battle that happened south of the city of Osculum, northwest of the north bank of the Orfanto River. It was also quite famous, the Battle of Asculum. King Pyrrhus of Epirus led his army and fought a second battle with the Romans. Although he won in the end, he suffered heavy losses. This made Pyrrhus think that he didn't want to fight the Romans again. In the end, he led his army to leave Italy and went to Sicily. "Commander Amyntas has arrived. Commander Olivers has arrived. Commander Georges has arrived. Commander Leds has arrived." The guards outside the big tent kept calling out the names of the people. After several commanders entered the tent, they saluted Alexis and sat down. "Commanders." Alexis sat on the main seat and solemnly said to them, "We have been stationed here for 7 days. The various legions, auxiliary forces, and military supplies have all arrived. The Dawnies have also gathered on the other side of the river, so I have decided to cross the river tomorrow and attack the enemy. We should have attacked long ago. Staying here for so long is suffocating our soldiers." Amyntas immediately raised his hands in agreement. "Lord Amyntas, I think you are the one who is suffocating." Olivers beside him laughed. "Olivers, you dare to make fun of me? Let's have a football game in the afternoon. The First Legion versus the Legion 4. You and I will be the quarterbacks. Whoever loses will have to do a round of leapfrog around the training field. Do you dare?" Amyntas loudly challenged. "It's not that I don't dare." Olivers tactfully refused. "We are leaving tomorrow, and we still have to assign missions to the legions in the afternoon. We don't have time for a game. Find a reason." Amyntas softly spat. He knew that Olivers had a point, so he didn't insist. "Commander, will the Dawnies stop us when we cross the river tomorrow?" Georges asked cautiously. "Very likely." Alexis straightforwardly replied, "According to the reports from the north, although the Dawnies' king is unwilling to go out of the city to fight, the leaders of Asculum, Sepontum, Herdonii and many other towns and cities are determined to stop us from crossing the Danese territory. That is why they encourage their king to gather his army on the other side of the river. They have fewer soldiers than us, and relying on the river to increase their advantage will increase their advantage. They will not let go of this advantage so easily, so it is very likely that they will form a formation on the other side of the river to stop us from crossing. If that is the case, we will leave the camp early in the morning and cross the river as quickly as possible. I believe that the Danese army is not as fast as the legion of Dionysia. By the time they reach the other side, we will have already crossed the river, Oliver suggested. Chapter 606. Alexis looked at them and said solemnly, "So I've decided to slow down the formation of the legions tomorrow morning. We'll wait for the Danese to reach the other side of the Orfanto River. Then we'll fight them on the way and defeat them in one fell swoop." I agree with Eli. Commander's plan. I've crossed this river many times in the past 2 days. Although it's a bit wide, the water isn't deep. It's at most knee-deep. The current isn't too fast, and the bottom of the river is relatively solid. Even if the Danese block us in the river, it'll be enough for our heavy infantry to do their best. Amyntas expressed his agreement. The other commanders also agreed. Alexis continued, "Commanders, take a look. This is the place where we'll cross the river tomorrow." The commanders quickly gathered around and looked at the map on the table. The place that Alexis was pointing at was less than a mile away from the barracks. They had all surveyed the terrain and knew that the two banks of the river 3 or 4 miles east of that place were low and flat, mostly mudflats. Because of the hot summer sun, the silt on the banks had long dried up and solidified, which was very beneficial for the army to march in formation. "Commander Amyntas, your first legion will be in formation here." Alexis moved her finger to the east and said, "Since your first legion is the strongest and has the most veterans, I'll arrange for you to be in the middle. I hope that the first legion won't advance too quickly. You have to stay in contact with the military on the left and right flanks. The troops that Amyntas had led were known for their ferocious attacks. However, as an experienced general of Dionia, he knew what was important and immediately nodded. Commander Olivers, your Legio 4 will be on the left flank of the First Legion. Commander Georges, your Legio V will be on the right flank of the First Legion. There are too many new soldiers in your army. I hope that during the crossing of the river, the commanders at all levels will be able to keep the emotions of the soldiers under control and not cause any chaos." Alexis pointed at the map as she reminded them. "Don't worry, Lord Commander. Although many of the soldiers have just joined the army from the reserve team, they have gone through river crossing training many times in the training camp. Also, the lowest-ranking team officer, i.e. squad leader, is a veteran who has participated in more than 4 battles. There won't be any problems." Olivers immediately guaranteed. Georges also chimed in from the side. Although the 5th Legion that he led was mainly made up of Brutty people, the Brutty civil strife during the Southern Italian War and the cleanup after the war had wiped out the dissident Brutty people. After 10 years, the Brutty people had basically integrated into the kingdom. Moreover, the recruits in the Legion had spent their childhood in Dionia after the Brutty was integrated into Dionia. Most of them had studied in the schools established by Dionia in the various towns of the Brutty. They were deeply influenced by the culture of Dionia. Other than their appearance, they were not much different from the main ethnic group of Dionia, the Greeks. As for why there were so many new recruits in the army, this question had to be answered after the Southern Italian War. At that time, the biggest achievement of Dionia after the victory was to occupy all of Greece and the eastern coast of Sicily. After recruiting the civil militia and settling the citizens of the city-states that had merged into the kingdom, there was still a large amount of empty land left. At that time, the Senate had even passed a number of temporary bills, allowing the preparatory citizens and registered freedmen to be allocated land first. Only the amount of tax they had to pay was different, and after they had reached the age limit, they would be granted official citizenship. At that time, there was a Corinth War in Greece, and in Asia Minor, Sparta was still leading the coalition army to fight with Persia. The continuation of the war caused the number of refugees in the Greek world to increase. Under the deliberate guidance of Dionia, most of the refugees flocked to Greece, so there was enough manpower. However, most of the laws of Dionia were for official citizens, but during that period, the number of registered freedmen increased rapidly, and most of them needed 6 or 7 years to become official citizens, which brought a lot of trouble to the governance. Due to practical needs, as well as diverse strategic planning for the kingdom, he launched a war against the Messapi and Pacheti in the autumn of the 4th year of Dionysia. After the Battle of Brindisi, he replaced the legions with a large number of reserve citizens and freedmen recruits. This was to shorten the length of time they had to become citizens through military exploits. At the same time, it was also to prevent the older generation of citizens from becoming big landlords due to their excessive military exploits. This would cause the gap between the rich and the poor in the kingdom to widen after the establishment of the kingdom. However, the situation was slightly different this time around. This was because many of the new recruits had grown up in the Alliance of Dionia ever since the establishment of the Alliance of Dionia. This batch of new citizens of Dionia had received military training since they were young, and although they were new recruits, their military skills were not low. This was also where the confidence of the commanders of the army came from. Leads, your cavalry division will be divided equally between the two sides of the formation. You will be responsible for driving away and defeating the cavalry of the Daunians. Alexis continued to arrange her attack plan. Understood. Leads nodded in response. There were currently 4 cavalry divisions in the kingdom of Dionia. The headquarters of the 1st Cavalry Division was located in Turiae. The headquarters of the 2nd Cavalry Division was located in Grimentum. The headquarters of the Legio III Division was located in Cadene, and the headquarters of the Legio IV Division was located in Brindisi. In terms of the quality of the cavalry, the 4th Cavalry Division should be the strongest, because most of them were made up of Pacheti and Messapi people. However, these two territories had only been incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia for 6 years. With the rebellious and unruly nature of these two races, and the fact that they were cavalry, if they disobeyed orders in battle, they would be punished according to military law. The most severe punishment would be beheading, and the lightest punishment would be flogging. This would probably cause a lot of trouble for the two territories that had just been stabilized. After much consideration, the Devers decided to send the 1st Cavalry Division to participate in the battle. Therefore, the Cavalry Division had the least number of new recruits, so Alexis didn't say anything else. When the entire formation starts to cross the river, I will gather all the cannons and crossbows behind you to bombard the Daunians on the other side of the river. This will disrupt their formation, and for your attack. Alexis's words made the commanders feel completely relieved. What if the Daunians don't even fight and stop us from crossing the river? Georges asked. Then we can easily cross the river and take down their cities, one by one. Amyntas answered for Alexis. Back then, the Devers forcefully detained nearly 2,000 engineers and craftsmen under Dionysius. Later on, they forced Syracuse to send their families to Dionia. In the end, they left them in Turiae. Because of this, Dionia's metalsmithing, construction, woodworking, and other crafts suddenly improved by a lot. Later on, during the conquest of Messapi and Pacheti, with their help, the Legion of Dionysia successfully took down cities one after another. Therefore, when it came to sieging a city, the Legion of Dionysia was now very confident. The newly built Dionia barracks, near Canusium, were made up of the barracks of several legions. There was a main road that ran from west to east through the barracks. After the commanders returned to their respective barracks, they immediately gathered their captains for a discussion. The captains of the First Legion were heading towards the Legion commander's tent through the main road. In front of them, groups of soldiers who were returning to their barracks walked past. When they saw the senior officers, they all stopped and saluted to show their respect. Only one soldier saluted, but his gaze was evasive. He didn't make a sound and hurriedly left after saluting. The captains of the First Legion acted as if they didn't see anything. Only when the soldiers were far away did the 1st Battalion Captain Tessus turn around and say with a mischievous smile, "Patroclus, you sure are impressive. Even our Dionysus prince is afraid of you. Look at him just now. He doesn't even dare to look you in the eye." "I say, Tessus, our Dionysus prince is the descendant of Hades. Why would he be afraid of Patroclus? He's acting out of respect for his future brother-in-law." Another battalion captain joked, "You're mistaken. Prince Adoris is only the adopted son of His Majesty the Devers. The same goes for his sister. However, His Majesty treats them like his own children." Tessus quickly corrected him. "Is that so? The older generation of Dionysus citizens know about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask this kid. He knows these things the best." Tessus pointed at Patroclus. "Brothers, Legion Commander Amyntas has urgently summoned us for a discussion. We're just chatting here. If we're late, he'll beat us up." Patroclus quickly changed the topic. "It's fine. We're not afraid of Sir Amyntas' roar." Tessus looked indifferent. "Tessus, you might not be afraid, but we are," cried the captain next to him. Tessus chuckled and said to the youngest among the 8, "Patroclus, you're going to have a different identity after marrying His Majesty's daughter. Don't forget to help us brothers." The others agreed with his words. Chapter 607. That's true. Although His Majesty holds the title of king, he has always been with us through thick and thin. That's why he has won our respect. One of the captains said sincerely, "I say, Tessus, do you still need Patroclus' help? If you had been promoted, you could have gone to Sicily, Massapi, or Pacetti to be a legion commander a few years ago. Why do you insist on occupying the position of the 1st captain of the 1st Legion? We can't even have a taste of what it's like to be the 1st captain." Another captain said, half jokingly and half discontentedly. The others felt the same way. "Isn't it good for me to vacate the position of Legion commander to you? You really don't appreciate my kindness." Tessus pretended to be angry and turned to look at Patroclus. "When you hold your wedding, you must invite me to attend." "I will invite all my brothers to attend the wedding, and I will also bring Cynthia to toast to you," Patroclus said in a flattering manner, but received the unanimous thanks of the other captains. In the main tent of Legio IV, after Oliver's finished arranging the tasks, he left the 4th captain, Alendas, alone. Alendas was a citizen of Crotone. Since Crotone voluntarily merged into the kingdom of Dionia, Crotone had also become the jurisdiction of Legio IV's recruitment. Even the headquarters of Legio IV had been moved from Aspis Lustum to Ciudad Crotone. The citizens of Crotone who had received long-term competitive training were indeed good soldiers. Once they familiarized themselves with the tactics of Dionia, they began to stand out. This greatly improved the combat power of Legio IV, which was originally not very outstanding. It also caused many of the team officers in Legio IV to be held by Crotone citizens. "How is Adoris doing in your battalion?" Olivers asked with a smile. Alendas had already expected that Olivers asked him to stay behind to talk about him. He immediately said, "I didn't expect it. To be honest, I thought he would be a problem, but I didn't expect him to not only have outstanding military skills, but also perform well. He doesn't make himself stand out at all, and is very united with his teammates. The other soldiers like to stay with him. He even passed a message to me through his team officer, hoping that his squad can be placed in the first line of battle." Olivers listened attentively, and his face was full of smiles as if Alendas was praising his own child. Adoris's results in the annual military competition exam in Turiae school were excellent. Although he was a little impatient, he was generous and easy to make friends. Furthermore, His Majesty was very strict. He and his siblings were no different from the other children in school. Tardiness, noise, and fighting were all punished by the teacher. Adoris was often punished in this regard. Olivers recalled the past, and his face was full of smiles. His Majesty arranged for Legio IV to not let Adoris receive special treatment, but Oliver's face became serious. His Majesty can ignore it, but swords and spears don't have eyes on the battlefield. We can't make decisions. If Adoris is injured or even killed, His Majesty may not blame us, but the people of the kingdom will blame us, Legio IV, for being incompetent and unable to even protect His Majesty's child. In this way, no matter how many merits we, Legio IV, can't compare to Adoris's safety. Do you understand? I understand. Alendas pulled himself together and said, but there was still a hint of frustration in his tone. I understand. It's not just Adoris. You also want your battalion to be able to fight at the forefront of the army. That's why you're a little dissatisfied with my deployment just now, right? The shrewd Oliver saw through his subordinate's thoughts and reminded him, Idiot, look further ahead. You can also make contributions at the back of the army. Look at where I've arranged your 4th Battalion to be at. On the left rear of the army, next to the cavalry, Alendas blurted out. Yes, next to the cavalry. Once our cavalry defeats the enemy's cavalry and your 3rd Battalion in front of you holds off the enemy, then your 4th Battalion, Oliver's flattened his palm and made a turning gesture. Flank. Alenda's eyes lit up. Great lord of the underworld, the just and strict arbiter. Hades, you're the king of the gods, the guardian of the kingdom of Dionia. Under your radiance, the people of the kingdom put on their armor, picked up their shields and spears, and rushed to the battlefield. Every time he sang the hymn of Hades, specially produced by the Temple of Hades for the legions to go to war, Adoris's heart would surge with a sense of sacred pride. After all, his father, Devers, was a recognized descendant of Hades. But the situation today was different from the past. Because he stood in the formation of tens of thousands of soldiers, the magnificent song united him with all the other soldiers. Although the tightly lined-up comrades in front of him blocked his view, he knew that there were also tens of thousands of enemies on the other side of the river. For him, this was the first time he went to war, but there was no fear in his heart. Instead, his body trembled slightly because of excitement. Woo! Woo! The sound of the bugle from behind made his blood boil even more, and then he saw all the military flags pointing forward. Advance! The captain's voice rang in his ears. The huge formation began to move forward slowly. The drums at the back started beating at the same time, telling the soldiers to move at a steady pace. As soon as Adoris and the soldiers in front of him stepped into the Orfanto River, the archers from the other side of the river started shooting arrows. Raise your shields and defend. The captain yelled. The soldiers had already raised their shields. If they were wearing the old-fashioned Greek armor from more than 10 years ago, the soldiers would not need to raise their shields to defend themselves, nor would they be afraid of arrows. However, they were wearing open helmets now, and their faces were not covered. Facing the attack of the archers, the light infantry of the Dionia legions also returned the attack. The ballistae at the back started firing as well. The stone bullets flew across the Orfanto River and crashed into the formation of the Daunies. The soldiers and horses were thrown off their feet, and screams of agony could be heard. Adoris raised his head and saw the stone bullets flying over his head. He could still hear the screams from the other side of the river. His blood boiled even more. On their left, under the leadership of Leds, more than 1,000 Dionic cavalrymen crossed the river. Men shouted and horses neighed, splashing water everywhere. They were the first to rush to the other side of the river and engage in close combat with Dauni's cavalry. The Daunies were already afraid of the ballistae. Under the command of their generals, they quickly rushed to the other side of the river to shorten the distance between them and the Dionia. The ballistae did not dare to fire recklessly as the two armies were getting closer. Javelins! The captain's voice echoed in the formation. Adoris and his teammates quickly stopped in their tracks and drew a javelin from their backs. They positioned themselves and threw the javelin over their heads. He did not have the time to see the result, and he could not see it at all. He immediately threw another javelin. At this moment he heard the captain's voice, "Attack!" An earth-shattering roar came from the formation. "Hades!" The formation in front of them began to accelerate, but they did not charge forward like they usually did in training. This was because they were in the river, and the bottom of the river was slippery. Adoris and his teammates followed closely behind them. After a while, the formation in front of them stopped abruptly. Then, battle cries spread throughout the entire river. Adoris knew that the two armies had begun to fight head-on. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the javelin in his hands. Unfortunately, they were at the back of the formation and could not help at all. They could not even do the conventional phalanx tactical action of pushing their comrades in front of them. This was because they were in the river, and it was difficult to control their bodies under the influence of external forces. If someone slipped, they might fall. The only thing they could do was to stand firmly in place. If the front line was defeated by the enemy, they could stabilize the formation like a rock. As the battle continued, Adoris and his teammates began to show signs of anxiety. They could only stay at the back and could not participate in the battle. This made Adoris complain about Uncle Oliver's countless times in his heart. The Downey soldiers guarded the river bank. They took advantage of the fact that the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were in the river and could not fully utilize the power of the heavy infantry phalanx. They desperately tried to suppress the Legion of Dionysia in the river. Woo, woo, woo. At this time, Adoris heard the sound of a bugle behind him. He turned around in shock and saw that his company's flag was pointing to the left. "All soldiers, listen up. Turn left." The captain's voice made him even more confused. However, military orders were absolute. Moreover, the nearby squads had all turned left. The captain's voice rang out in the phalanx of the 4th Battalion. An entire team began to move to the left. At the same time, the rear of the phalanx on the right was doing the same. Soon, the lower left and right corners of the entire Dionysia's huge formation seemed to have been cut in half at the same time. Although it was planned in advance, the Legion of Dionysia's organizational system and the ability of the middle and lower level officers to be able to carry out such a precise movement of troops in the middle of the battle. When Adoris and his teammates turned right again, there were only a few comrades in front of him, and it was an open field. Because of his love for military affairs, Adoris had not only received many years of military training, but he also had the courage to ask his adoptive father, who had a glorious record of military affairs. At this moment, he understood the purpose of this movement of troops, and he could not help but be eager to give it a try. "Move faster!" The young soldiers who had been holding back for a long time roared excitedly and charged forward. Chapter 608. Even if the Downey soldiers could detect the enemy's movement, it was almost impossible for them to react. They did not have the habit of keeping a reserve force, so they could not withdraw their troops in time to defend themselves. It was only a matter of time before they lost. Huff! Huff! Adoris panted heavily as he chased after the routed soldiers in front of him. He didn't expect that the enemy would panic and collapse just as the troops circled to the rear of the enemy's flank and were about to pounce on them. In order to catch up to the enemy, he threw away his shield and later threw away his spear. He only took out his short sword, hoping to kill an enemy so that he would not have participated in this battle in vain. But the damned Downey soldiers ran too fast. The team that he belonged to had received a solemn order from their leader beforehand. So how could they dare to let him take the risk alone? They had been following him closely, and at this moment they were all panting from exhaustion. Woo, woo, woo. The bugle sounded on the battlefield. The whole team, finally, heaved a sigh of relief. But Adoris did not seem to hear it and continued to chase after them. The captain became anxious and shouted, "Adoris, are you going against the order?" Only then did Adoris stop in his tracks, unwillingly. He stared at the enemy in the distance and angrily threw his dagger to the ground. "Don't worry, the enemy can't run away. Our cavalry will not let them have it easy. the captain comforted him. Adoris lowered his head and did not say anything. He was too angry. He did not even touch a hair on the enemy's body before the battle ended. Congratulations, Commander. You've won this battle. You've completely defeated the main force of the Downey army. The officers around Alexis congratulated her. Alexis said calmly, "We have more soldiers than the Downey soldiers. Our training is stricter, and our equipment is better than the Downey soldiers, so we should have one. But this is not enough to defeat the main force of the Downey soldiers. Tell the messengers to gather the troops and regroup. Then we will march towards Herdonia City." "Yes, Commander." The messenger rode away. "Commander, should we write a report to the tourists?" The adjutant, Matsius, asked excitedly. Alexis nodded slightly. "Tell the king that we defeated the 20,000 Downey soldiers at the Orfanto River. Our next step is to take Herdonia City. Tell him not to worry. Commander, Prince Adoris is not injured. He is gathering with his team to the 4th Brigade." Olivers immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, "That's good, that's good." Then he thought of something and turned his head to call the adjutant over. "Write a letter to His Majesty in my tone. Tell him that Adoris performed bravely when the 4th Brigade was circling the enemy's flank. He was at the forefront of the charge, and even after the enemy was defeated, he still pursued them. In short, write about Adoris's outstanding performance in the battle without exaggerating it too much. Do you understand?" "Yes, Commander," the adjutant replied. He immediately went to get a pen and paper. "Write it and show it to me. Stamp it with my seal and send it back to the tourists," Olivers urged. "Yes, Commander." "Everyone, our next target is Herdonia." Olivers pointed forward with his right hand and squeezed his legs. The war horse moved forward. The officers and guards around him followed closely. This Olivers. The Devers could not help but laugh after reading the letter that Oliver sent. He knew that the letter must be full of exaggeration, but he was relieved that Adoris was safe. "Send someone to deliver this letter to the house on the hill and give it to Kristoya," the Devers said. At least this letter could make his family not worry about Adoris. "Yes, Your Majesty." The clerk, Henepolis, took the letter and left the king's office. A man walked up to him. "Sir Henepolis." Henepolis quickly returned the greeting. "Sir Antonis." Although Henepolis was only a middle-level official, he was also a senator of the Senate. This was one of the rewards given to him by the Senate when he proposed to merge Laos into the kingdom of Dionia. He was the youngest senator in the Senate. Of course, the reason why the powerful Antonius treated him so respectfully was mainly because he was the herald of divers. In the kingdom, other than his family, he could be said to be one of the elders closest to King Divers. Antonis asked softly, "Is His Majesty here?" "He is waiting for you." Antonis took a small step forward and lowered his head to ask, "Sir Henepolis, can you tell me, why did His Majesty ask me to come here today?" Henepolis glanced at the faintly visible gloominess on Antonis's face. He hesitated for a moment and said, "The promotion list for middle and low-ranking officers." Antonis was stunned after hearing this. Every year, the Ministry of Military Affairs would decide who would be promoted based on the performance and achievements of the soldiers and team officers. In the absence of war, officers had to serve for a certain number of years before they could be promoted. The promotion of middle and low-ranking officers could be decided directly by the Minister of Military Affairs and only needed to be reviewed and approved by the king. This was the regulation in the military law of Dionia. Since the establishment of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Devers had rarely meddled in this matter. Usually, when the name list was submitted, it was never rejected. At most, a few names would be added. This year's name list was submitted 5 days ago. Because he was worried about his brother-in-law Paphicles, he forgot that His Majesty the Devers had not sent the name list back to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Antonis was shocked when he thought of this. He slowly walked to the king's office while wondering what was wrong with the name list. As the guard at the door announced the name list, a familiar voice came from inside. "Antonis, come in." Antonis took a deep breath, stepped on the smooth marble floor, and walked into the king's office named by the Devers. It was indeed a hall, not a room. Although it was not as large as the hall on the first floor of the palace, it was 3 or 4 times larger than the room Antonis used to work in the Ministry of Military Affairs. Red wooden chairs were placed neatly on both sides of the hall, where the ministers and officials sat when they were summoned to discuss matters. There were rows of small windows on the top of the stone wall that allowed sunlight to pour in, ensuring that the hall was well lit. The aisle in the middle was very spacious. When necessary, a few long tables could be placed on which maps and documents could be placed to discuss important military and political affairs. In fact, the king's office was the place where the Devers and the ministers discussed and dealt with the kingdom's affairs. The palace downstairs was more used for receiving foreign guests and major festivals. At the end of the aisle was a large and heavy desk. Behind the desk was a large mosaic of a large map of Italy, Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica. 2 smaller wooden tables were placed on both sides of the desk, where the clerk and the clerk worked. This showed how busy the Devers were. Every day, various departments would gather a lot of documents in the office, and the clerk would have to help him sort them out, file them, read them aloud, and then write them according to the Devers' instructions. After that, the Devers would sign the documents and send them back, but now the busy office was empty, except for the Devers sitting behind the desk. The stack of documents on the desk half covered his face, which made Antonis a little nervous. He had been here many times in the past, but he had never felt like this. However, Pafogries's crime, Assissa's persuasion, and the attitude of the Devers towards Laodigian in the Senate the day before yesterday made him feel uneasy. "Your Majesty." He walked to the desk and greeted respectfully. "Sit." The Devers stood up and pointed at the wooden chair next to him. As Antonis slowly sat down, the Devers picked up a document on the desk and asked calmly, "Have you looked through the officer promotion list in detail?" It was indeed the list. Could it be that His Majesty was not satisfied with some of the candidates? Antonis thought quickly and answered cautiously, "There are too many people to be promoted this time. I only checked the names and performance of the company captains and company captains. The Devers did not deny it." He asked again, "Who drafted this list?" "Mainly the officials under me. They drafted the list according to the recommendations of the various corps commanders." Antonis said truthfully, "The current inspector of the Ministry of Military Affairs is Xantiparis, right?" The Devers asked casually. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xantiparis, one of the mercenary leaders of the Persia Expeditionary Force, was too old. It was difficult for him to continue leading troops to train and fight. In the end, he did not become a corps commander. The Devers remembered their friendship in the past. Moreover, Xantiparis was familiar with military affairs after decades of fighting. Hence, he was transferred to the Ministry of Military Affairs as an inspector. He was responsible for supervising and reviewing the promotion of officers, military expenditure, and so on. Take a look. The Devers saw that Antonis was still confused, so he handed the list to him. Antonis quickly got up and took it. He did not sit down but stood up and started reading. However, the current kingdom of Dionia was different from 10 years ago. There were 10 infantry legions for naval fleets and 4 cavalry legions. Hence, there were hundreds of people promoted in the list. There were more than 10 pages of papyrus, densely packed with names of people and units. How could Antonis find any problems in such a short time? Chapter 609. Antonios quickly turned to the page and saw 3 names circled by Devers. He was familiar with these 3 names. The first one was his brother-in-law, Pafogries, and the other 2 were the children and relatives of Naxos and Catarnais, whom he was very familiar with. Although they were all promoted to the lowest rank, squad leaders were not included in the ranks of officers and could be directly appointed by the legion commander. Antonios knew that these 3 people probably did not meet the requirements for promotion. He did not know how the other 2 people performed in the training camp, but he knew very well what kind of person his brother-in-law was. When Pyphogres was in Turiae, he was punished by the legion commander because he was late for military training many times. This was even reported to Antonios, and after Antonios severely criticized him, Pyphogres reluctantly performed better. To be honest, when Pyphogres was driven back to Naxos by Laodigian, Antonios was relieved. He did not expect that this idiot would cause even more trouble when he returned to his hometown. Your Majesty, I really did not know that Pyphogres was on this list. Based on my understanding of him, his ability is not enough to be a squad leader, Antonius stammered. He regretted not checking the list more carefully and made such a big mistake. What you said is reasonable, but as the Minister of Military Affairs of the Kingdom, you are not qualified to say such words. Devers stared at him. Although his voice was soft, his tone was heavy. Look at this. As he said this, he handed Antonios a letter. This letter was written by Leotychides, the current legion commander of the 8th Legion. In the letter, he described the military training of the 8th Division and specifically introduced the military training performance of Paphocles and the other two. Late, not serious in training, talking back to the instructor. Words like late, not serious in training, talking back to the instructor, were reflected in Antonios' eyes, and he was shocked. Leotychides. Antonios had a deep memory of this man. He performed well in the battles of the 1st Legion, and was promoted to a platoon leader in just a few years. During the Battle of Brindisi, King Pacetti led the remaining elite troops to fight back. Most of the legion of Dionysia had scattered and began to chase after the routed troops. Only Leotychides was still able to control the formation of his platoon. He blocked the path of Pacetti's army and bought precious time for the other troops to arrive and annihilate them. Thus, he left a deep impression on Devers. After the resignation of the 8th Legion, when Tessus, the first platoon leader of the 1st Legion, refused to take the position, the Devers personally appointed Leotychides, who was still the 3rd platoon leader of the 1st Legion at that time, to take over. Leotychides became the only non-mercenary infantry legion commander in the kingdom of Dionia. He was also the youngest legion commander. Leotychides was usually serious and did not like to socialize with others. He was strict and serious about military training. When he was angry, he would even beat and scold the soldiers. Some people in the army gave him the nickname Madman. Antonios believed what Leotychides said in the letter. However, the Devers had a high status. They even wrote a letter to Leotychides in Sicily to ask about the performance of these unknown soldiers in the military training. Your Majesty, I did manage the Ministry of Military Affairs well and made such a big mistake. I beg your Majesty to punish me. Antonios bowed his head and apologized in fear and trepidation. You deserve to be punished. The Devers' eyes were slightly cold. Your brother-in-law killed 5 or 6 female slaves in a row. His methods were cruel. I can't believe that such a person could be promoted to be a captain. I'm afraid that when the news spreads, the elders in the Senate will impeach you. The protectors will also protest. The Devers sighed and seemed to be worried about him. Antonios was covered in cold sweat. He bowed even lower and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I request to resign from the position of Minister of Military Affairs. After a while, he heard the Devers' regretful voice. All right, that's good. You can resign from the position of Minister of Military Affairs with the excuse of illness. Don't go to the Senate for the time being. Avoid this period of time. Also, don't look for people for your brother-in-law anymore. The court will give him a fair judgment. Yes, Antonios responded in a low voice. He felt a hint of relief in his heart, but more than that, he felt a sense of loss. The Devers put down the register and the letter. Then he asked in a low voice, Antonios, you have stayed in Sicily for many years, and your wife is a Sicilian. You should have a deep understanding of the Sicilians. Can you tell me why most of the elders in other places have their homes in Turiae? Even if they own land in other towns, They mainly use it as a place to increase their income and occasionally bring their families to stay there. However, the elders in Sicily try to buy as much land as possible in Sicily and treat it as another home. Some of their families even live there for a long time. They even make friends with the local public officials to increase their family's prestige in the local area. Why? Although the Devers' tone was calm, Antonios could feel the suppressed anger of the Devers. He became more and more frightened. He racked his brains to think, causing him to be drenched in sweat again. Bolton said, "Your Majesty, I think the elders in Sicily and the elders in Greece have encountered different environments, so their behavior is also different." "Oh? Tell me about it." The Devers raised an eyebrow. Antonios pondered for a while before he said solemnly, "Your Majesty, because Naxos and Catarni were destroyed by Syracuse. Their people lost their homes and were forced to flee. In order to survive, they had no choice but to build settlements in the mountains and elect leaders to lead them in defending against the invading cycles, mercenaries organized by Syracuse from time to time, and wild beasts in the mountains. Many of their people died, and their lives were very hard. This only made them miss their lost homes even more. Therefore, after they reclaimed their lost lands, they cherished their homeland even more. Most of the leaders of the refugees eventually became the elders of Dionia. During their years of exile, they became the pillars of support for the refugees in Sicily. The refugees would look to them for help if they had any difficulties. After joining Dionia, these elders still maintained this habit. Most of these elders were born nobles. Before Naxos and Catarni were destroyed, they served as generals and counselors of the city-states. Unlike the elders of Greece before the rise of the kingdom of Dionia, the Tarentum alliance, the Turiae alliance, the Crotone alliance, the Locri alliance, and the Lygum alliance were basically stable and formed a balance. However, in Sicily, apart from Syracuse and Carthage, the generals and counselors of the other city-states have to constantly make decisions according to the changes in the situation on the island. Should they ally with other city-states to resist the two powerful states? Or should they attach themselves to one of the two powerful states? Therefore, they have to maintain a friendly relationship with their neighbors, Syracuse and Carthage. That's why they like to hold banquets, send gifts, and form cliques. You seem to know a lot about them. It seems that marrying a Sicilian woman has its benefits." The Devers said in a meaningful tone, "Some of our elders have learned these bad habits of the Sicilians. It's a very bad influence. The Catania Plains will be annexed to the kingdom of Dionia, not Dionia will be part of Sicily. Everyone must strictly follow the laws of Dionia. It seems that they still haven't realized this after 10 years. Antonios was even more shocked when he heard the last sentence. He did not dare to respond. "Antonios, my old friend, although you're sick and resting at home, you can't overeat and hurt your body. Now that the Downey people have been defeated at the Orfanto River, it won't be long before we conquer their territory. There are still a lot of troublesome issues there that require a capable elder like you to deal with." The Devers' words of encouragement lifted the spirits of the depressed Antonios. He replied excitedly, "Your Majesty, I'm always ready for your summons." Divers watched him leave the office. An expression on his face slowly turned cold. He knew very well that the Sicilian elders, led by Laodigian, only wanted their sons to have a better future, and that was why they had the idea of joining the army. Although becoming an officer of a legion meant that they did not have any rights in daily life, they had a great advantage when they took up public office in the kingdom, or when they ran for local counselors and protectors. Furthermore, in daily life, their identity would also be respected by the people. However, the Devers was very angry with them for disrupting the order of the army. Since the establishment of Dionia, he had always firmly controlled the army, which was the foundation of his power. The other elders could not interfere at all. The appointment and dismissal of officers were all decided by him, and the formulation of military laws was also mainly decided by him. He might discuss with the main generals, but he would never vote for the military laws. Therefore, the army was a completely closed system. However, after more than 10 years, the army began to show signs of trouble. The staff of the Ministry of Military Affairs might have been bribed by the Sicilian elders, or they might have wanted to please Antonios. So they violated the rules and put the unqualified Paphrogris and the others on the promotion list. Chapter 610. Xanthippus, as the military censor, must not have played a supervisory role at all out of consideration for the Devers. This led to another problem that gave the Devers a headache. Most of the senior generals of the Dionysian army were former mercenaries. Many years of friendship had allowed them to maintain a good personal relationship, thus forming a complex network of relationships in the army. Although it made it easier for the former mercenary leader, the Devers, to control the army, it also made it easy for corruption to breed. It seemed that it was time to break the isolation of the army and improve the style of the army. Doctor fell into deep thought. The next day, during the Senate meeting, the Devers attended again. He suddenly mentioned that he had just received news that the Naxos administrator, Strompoli, could not return to Turiae on time due to an important local case. He requested the Senate to immediately elect Strompoli's successor to go to Naxos and take over from him. The elders were in an uproar as they discussed among themselves. Laodigian, on the other hand, panicked. In the following election, the senators who were secretly instructed by the Devers finally elected Myron as the new Naxos administrator. After congratulating Myron, the Devers announced that yesterday Antonios had resigned from his post as Minister of Military Affairs due to poor health. After careful consideration, he decided to appoint Helos as the Minister of Military Affairs. Although the main military affairs were decided by the Devers, the Minister of Military Affairs was, after all, an important minister of the kingdom. The appointment and dismissal of the Minister of Military Affairs was reported by the Devers to the Senate. Helos had been informed by the Devers yesterday evening, so he did not show any surprise. However, the other senators were in an uproar again. Many politically minded senators were wondering. Antonios, who had crossed the sea alone, defeated the last counterattack of Syracuse, conquered the Catania plain, resigned from the highest military position in the kingdom just because of illness. What happened? Considering the Devers' eagerness to elect the chief executive of Naxos, some keenly felt that it might have something to do with Naxos. Just as the senators were whispering, the Devers once again announced that the Ministry of Military Affairs would set up a military court, and the Supreme Court of the kingdom would assign personnel to serve as military judges, who would rotate regularly. At the same time, the position of military inspector was no longer held by military officers. Instead, it was held by the highest inspector of the kingdom, and the position was rotated regularly. The entire Senate was in an uproar. The former mercenary veterans, led by Capys, objected to the Devers. They believed that it was enough for the army to have the military law of Dionia to regulate the behavior of officers and soldiers, and for the military judge to punish the officers and soldiers who violated the military law. Now that the Dionysian army was operating normally, there was no need to set up a military court or bring in outsiders, who could disrupt the peace and order of the army or even leak secrets. The Dionysian army, led by Cornelis, believed that it was a wise decision by His Majesty the Devers to put the army under the supervision of the law of Dionia, which would make the whole kingdom more fair and just. The Devers still let the senators argue with each other without giving any explanation, but under his insistence, his proposal was passed. The entire Senate meeting ended in an uproar. After the meeting, Laodigian went straight to Antonios's mansion. However, the door, which used to be unimpeded for him, now prohibited anyone from entering. The reason was that Antonios is not feeling well and will not see any guests for the time being. Laodigian changed his words and said that he wanted to see his daughter, but the guard refused. In the end, considering that Laodigian was still his father-in-law, Antonios sent someone to warn him not to run around for Paphrogris anymore, and not to hold frequent banquets and attract attention. Antonios's words made Laodigian even more confused. At this moment, in the office of the royal palace of Dionia, sat the new administrator of Naxos, Myron, and the highest-ranking judge, Trididemus. "I've just finished a meeting," I called you two here because I have something important to tell you. The Devers took out a letter with a solemn expression and handed it over. This is the secret letter I received from Strompoli yesterday. Take a look, but you must swear to the Hades that you will not reveal the contents of the letter to anyone else. Myron and Tritodemus looked at each other and immediately did as they were told. Tritodemus took the letter and opened it to read. Myron also moved closer. The letter detailed the process of Pyphogres' murder, as well as the fact that Pyphogres had found a slave as a scapegoat. At the end of the letter, the imprisoned slave wrote that the leader of the Psychir tribe, Arcones, had a close relationship with the Laodicean family and had given them a large amount of gold and silver many times. Arcones! Myron muttered the name. It sounded familiar, but he just could not remember where he had heard it before. Arcones, the son of the former king of Psychir, Augiles, and the leader of the Tannic tribe. He lives in Kephalodian, central Sicily, the Devers reminded him briefly. Myron suddenly remembered. Oh, it's this Tannic tribe. A few years ago they annexed another Psychir tribe, and their leader fled to Naxos to ask us for help. At that time we were on a campaign against Masapi, so we only sent an envoy to order the Tannic leader Arcones to return the occupied land and people. In the end, he did so and even wrote a letter of apology to the Senate. I remember this very clearly. He did it. I thought so at first, but now it seems that's not necessarily the case. Do you know who the envoy that the Senate sent was? The Devers' face showed a hint of anger after being deceived. Laodicean, Myron and Tritodemus exclaimed at the same time. These past few years, we've been focusing on the affairs of Greece and southern Italy and maintaining stability in Sicily. We're not familiar with the affairs of the Psychir people, so we mostly rely on the elders of Sicily to make decisions and deal with them. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said in a low voice, Yesterday, I specially checked the records of the Senate's meetings in the past years. More than half of the discussions related to the Psychir people were related to the Tannic tribe, and the final results were mostly in their favor. This is treason. Myron slammed the chair heavily. Your Majesty, we should arrest Laodicean and interrogate him. This is only the testimony of a slave. It has not been verified, Tritodemus said in a more mature tone. Tritodemus is right. The Psychir people are our allies, and normal interactions between them are not restricted by the law. That's why we need evidence. Besides, I suspect that Laodicean is not the only one who has a close relationship with the Tannic tribe. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many elders of Sicily speaking up for the Tannic tribe. That's why, the doctor said in a low voice with a serious expression. Myron, hurry to Naxos and replace Strompoli. Send patrols to seal off Laodicean's mansion there and search for evidence. If you find evidence of other elders being involved in this matter, I'll allow you to expand the search area. What if the elders of Sicily and Cadani are found to be suspects? Myron's eyes were bright, and he asked in a slightly excited tone. Of course. The Devers knew that Myron had always been more aggressive in his methods. He turned to another person and said, Tritodemus, use the excuse of adjudicating the murder case in Naxos as well. Hurry to Naxos as soon as possible and help Myron find evidence. At the same time, make sure that everything is within the scope of the law, so that you won't be criticized by the other elders in the Senate. The Devers said this mainly to remind Myron. Seeing him frown, he knew that Myron understood. He continued, If we find that Cadani and Sicily are also involved in this matter, Tritodemus, you'll be responsible for contacting the governors of these two cities. I'll also write a letter to ask them to cooperate with you. Try to gather all the evidence and not let anyone escape. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Tritodemus immediately promised. Mr. Myron, I've given you a difficult problem as soon as you took office. Do you feel the pressure? The Devers said to Myron in a relaxed tone and joked. Isn't this the reason why Your Majesty made me the governor of Naxos? Myron said straightforwardly. The Devers was stunned for a moment before he laughed. This old politician, who had been the chief general of Crotone for a long time, was definitely not as straightforward as he looked. Naxos is the Naxos of Dionia. It's time to reorganize. The words of the Devers gave Myron a clear hint. He immediately nodded and said, "Understood, Your Majesty. What should we do with Pavel Grace, the son of Laodigian?" Tritodemus asked cautiously. He knew the Devers well, so he asked, according to the kingdom's laws, he shouldn't be given a heavy sentence. Divers laughed coldly, mobilizing the registered freedman to make a new report. Furthermore, he has defied the law and lied after swearing an oath to Hades. He even let a slave take the blame. Furthermore, he must have been involved in collusion with the Psychir people. How should we sentence him for these crimes? Tritodemus' eyes lit up. After sending the two away, the Devers welcomed the new military minister, Helos. "Your Majesty." Helos stood in front of the desk and bowed respectfully. Chapter 611. As soon as Helos sat down, the Devers asked, "What do you think about today's Senate meeting?" Helos hesitated for a moment and did not answer the question directly. Instead, he said sincerely, "Your Majesty, I think that Lord Antonios has done a very good job as the military minister. The Ministry of Military Affairs has also been operating very well. I can replace him for a while and continue to be the military minister after he recovers. Now that we are at war, to ensure that the Ministry of Military Affairs will not be shaken, I suggest not to change the military minister." The Devers looked at Helos, who had a sincere look on his face. A moment later, Daves waved his left hand and said in a deep voice, "Antonios took the initiative to resign. Even if I try to persuade him to stay, he will not stay in this position any longer. Look at this." The Devers flipped the officer promotion register on the table to the page of the 8th Division and handed it to him. Helos took it with a puzzled look. After reading it carefully, his expression changed slightly. Over the past 2 days, the news that Laodigian's son Paphocles had been arrested for murder had gradually spread in the port of Turiae, mainly thanks to the merchants from Naxos. Helos had also heard about it. He could not help but complain in his heart. Why did Antonios still promote this troublemaker at this time? Wasn't he giving others a handle on him? He weighed his words carefully and said softly, "Your Majesty, I think Lord Antonios would not make such a mistake and promote such an unqualified soldier. At least he has committed a dereliction of duty. This also shows that there are many problems in the Ministry of Military Affairs. This is why I want to establish a military court and also let the local censors enter the army. The entire army needs to be reorganized. That's why you, as the Minister of Military Affairs, have great responsibilities. Not only do you have to help the military court and the censors, you have to cooperate with them as much as possible. You also have to maintain the stability of the Ministry of Military Affairs and let the officers and soldiers of the various corps feel at ease." Divers said earnestly, "I believe that you can grasp the balance between the two." Although the Devers had high hopes, Helos felt that he had a great responsibility. Before he could respond, the Devers said again, "Take this register back and check how many unqualified officers and soldiers have been promoted. Find out all the officers in the Ministry of Military Affairs who broke the law and committed dereliction of duty, and let them be dealt with by the censors and military court. The kingdom's army must not have any parasites. This time we must deal with this seriously and sound the alarm for the whole army." Divers' deafening voice shook Xylos. He pulled himself together and said, "Your Majesty, I will do my best." "Very good." The Devers nodded with satisfaction. He then took out a letter and said in a deep voice, "There is one more important thing that you, as the military minister, must know." He then handed the letter to Helos. After reading the letter, Helos's face turned solemn. "Your Majesty, is everything written in this letter true?" "I'm sending people to investigate. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that this is not the only problem." The Devers said as he walked to the large map on the wall and pointed at the western part of Mount Etna. With a serious expression, he said, "After the Southern Italian War, we now have the Catania Plains, Naxos, Sicily, Tauromenian, and Messina. We also have the support of Leontini, Tanis, and other allied city-states. Syracuse is suppressed in the southeast corner of Sicily, allowing the kingdom to have an absolute advantage in the eastern part of Sicily. The people of Cycle are afraid of our power, so they took the initiative to form an alliance with us, becoming a member of the Alliance of Dionia. The reason why we treat every Cycle town and tribe equally and always adopt the policy of supporting the weak and weakening the strong when they ask for help is to prevent one of them from becoming the strongest, and to prevent them from reuniting into the Cycle kingdom, so that we can assimilate and merge them in the future. However, from the looks of it now, there is a problem with the implementation of this policy. The Cycle-Tannic tribe may have used the help of the elders of Sicily to secretly annex and expand their territory. I don't have too much information about the tribe's current situation. Although the tribe is located far away in Cephaloidion, which is the closest town to the west of Cycle, and is further away from Catania and Naxos, the hounds in Sicily, I'm referring to Aristyra's intelligence department, would not have overlooked it to this extent. From this, it can be seen that they have consciously blocked the information, and this must raise our vigilance. The tone of the Deverses' words made Helos feel something. He straightened his body and asked with uncertainty, "Your Majesty, do you mean war?" The Devers glanced at the map again and punched Sicily with his fist. He said resolutely, "As long as we can confirm the crimes of Laodigian and the other elders of Sicily, we will have a reason to declare war on Tinidian and completely destroy its chance of rising. At the same time, we will intimidate the other Cycle factions and strengthen our control over them. Therefore, during this period of time, the Ministry of Military Affairs must make preparations, especially the 8th Legion. It will be the main force to attack Tinidian." Due to his understanding of the Devers, Helos did not object to his decision immediately. Instead, he gave his own suggestion. "Your Majesty, before we declare war on the Cycle tribe, the Ministry of Military Affairs can only secretly make preparations to prevent the Cycle tribe from receiving the news and creating trouble for us in the future. Moreover, we are currently in the midst of a war against the Downey tribe. If we declare war on Sicily at the same time, the pressure on the logistics of the army will be greater. It is best to declare war after the war with the Downey tribe ends. This will also help the Senate pass the war resolution smoothly. In addition, since we are going to declare war again, it is best to maintain the stability of the army. As for the investigation and punishment of the officers who have violated the law, I hope that the punishment will not be too severe. After all, they are all first-time offenders. I hope that Your Majesty can give them a chance to repent. This will not harm the soldiers' respect for you." The Devers listened attentively and fell into deep thought. Helos sat quietly and waited. Finally, the Devers said slowly, "I will leave the matters of the Ministry of Military Affairs to you. The specific investigation and punishment measures will be decided by you and the military judge and prosecutor. After that, I will review and sign them. As for when to declare war on Tinidian, I will decide according to the situation." Although the Devers did not explicitly agree with Helos, Helos knew that the king had actually made a concession. He immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Devers looked at Helos. Over the years, as his authority grew, he had become more and more distant from his former mercenary friends. Fortunately, there were people like Helos, Capys, and Alexis who could constantly question his decisions and give him suggestions. This was actually a good thing. Thinking of this, his tone softened a little. "Do you have any other suggestions?" Seeing that the Devers were calm, Helos said, "The commander of the 8th Legion is Leotychides. He has never commanded an army in battle. Your Majesty, you said that the 8th Legion will be the main force to attack the Psychir tribe. To be on the safe side, should we transfer a high-ranking officer with more experience to take over as the commander of the 8th Legion?" The Devers smirked and said, "A Among the generals, who knows the terrain of Sicily better than Leotychides? Who knows the customs and customs better? Who is better able to make the citizens of Sicily obey orders? The Devers' question stumped Helos. Leotychides had been in Sicily for 6 years. Naturally, he could not be compared to the other commanders who were unfamiliar with Sicily. According to the military law of Dionia, one of the important requirements for a high-ranking general to be familiar with the battlefield environment and understand the customs of the surrounding area. Of course, this did not mean that the other commanders could not go to Sicily to fight, but this would undoubtedly prolong the war and increase the war's consumption. Helos thought of Antonios. However, if Laodigian and the others were proven to have violated the rules, then Antonios, who was Laodigian's relative and had deep ties with the Sicilian elders, would definitely be criticized by the elders. The Senate could not interfere with the choice of the commander in charge of attacking the Sicir tribe, but their criticism would definitely cause the people of the kingdom to criticize Antonios. This was akin to roasting Antonios on a stove. That was why Helos realized that the Devers had asked Antonios to resign and stay at home to protect him. Seeing that Helos did not speak, the Devers continued, "Many people say that Leotychides is a man of few words, strict and serious, and people do not like to interact with him. However, I think that he spends most of his time chatting with others, thinking about military affairs and training his soldiers. He is a natural warrior. I believe that he will be able to command this war well." Helos no longer objected to the Devers' affirmation, because he believed in the Devers' ability to judge people. Their many successes in the past were the proof. After discussing for a while, Helos was about to leave when the Devers called out to him, "It's already past noon. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I'm also hungry. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we sat together and drank and chatted. Don't leave just yet. I'll ask the chef to make a few dishes, and we'll have a few drinks." "Yes, Your Majesty."